All right, thank you for your patience. This is the East Lansing City Council regular meeting of December 9th, 2025. The meeting will now come to order. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Councilmember Singh.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows. Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby. Mayor Altman.
Here. As I noted earlier, Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby encountered some travel complications and is not going to be able to join us tonight, so I would entertain a motion to excuse his absence.
So moved.
Moved by Meadows.
Second.
Second by Singh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That item carries. Any approval of the agenda? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Meadows.
Second.
Second by Singh. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Next item is approval of the minutes of the November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting. Is there a motion for approval?
I move approval of the regular council meeting minutes of 18 November 2025.
Moved by
Second.
Meadows, second by Singh. Any corrections to those minutes? Okay, seeing none, the motion is on the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Thank you. Communications, all written communications received by the council are posted online, linked to the agenda packet. Communications from the audience. Jennifer Venn, please.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Venn, and I'm a proud student at Michigan State University. November 18th was the first time I've ever attended a council meeting. November 18th was also the first time I've ever been involved in local government in any capacity. See, on November 18th, I've always felt like I didn't need to be involved. I've always felt like government policy and politics was for the adults to figure out. I always felt like I didn't need to show up because I could trust that the adults would do what was best for everyone. November 18th was also when I realized that I am not one of those adults, and that the adults that I put so much blind trust into are and were just adults. A lot of time, I don't think people mean to do harm, but I realize that people are just people, and not only do we allow harm to happen, but we create and protect harm. On November 17th and then 18th, I was worried that if I spoke, that I would be targeted by the police on Grand River because I am a proud student at MSU. Grand River is where most of my peers and I frequent on Friday, Saturday nights. And I think the scary part about speaking on this level is that I'm taught at my college level that institutions not only perpetuate and prop up people, but they also harm the people involved. And I think it's very concerning that to speak up about injustice that's happening in the community, you do have the state of fear, and you are worried that you're going to be targeted. And it's very disheartening to always discuss issues that seem so polarizing, because they're issues that have been happening before I was born and are going to happen after I am an adult and gone. On Grand River, I had a peer that has never been involved in any violence, has no criminal record, that was harmed by the police on Grand River. And luckily for us, this was the most clean-cut case of the police overstepping and abusing their authority. They not only maced him, but they falsely imprisoned him. He wasn't taken to the police, and policies that should have been in place to at least provide care and aid were not followed. And then following that harm and violence against a fellow peer, I saw press conferences almost disparaging him and disparaging my community. And it always makes me afraid and worried because at MSU, I'm taught policy, I'm taught curriculum, I'm taught the institutions that are supposed to protect and provide care and education will protect me, but they seem to fail. The police chief was able to disparage my peer after someone in her charge that she runs that department broke policy, but she didn't protect the student, she protected the institution, she protected the police department. And I think that's the scary part about it, is that no matter how educated, no matter how propped up I may feel or want to feel in East Lansing, there's always going to be that understanding that the institution that I put so much trust in will turn their back on me. And no matter how much I try to be the model student, I could be at the hand of violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Hagan.
Good evening, Matt Hagan, Hagan Realty, 927 East Grand River. My brother Brian submitted a letter for comment, so I won't go into a whole bunch of the details. Obviously, there's an item on your agenda, 1549 this evening, that we're hoping to have tabled for the time being. This was originally proposed back when I think it was 1538. I went to a Housing Commission meeting, spoke on some of the items that were addressed, and kind of lost track of it. The landlord community is certainly engaged. There's others here tonight. We'd like to participate in some of the revisions and are willing to be at the table and hopefully used as a resource for this. So we don't oppose the proposal one changes the definition of a family. All of that aspect that's part of that ordinance is not something that we are objecting to or want to comment on. It's primarily just the aspects related to the rental housing code, grandfathering, and such. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just note that certainly my plan tonight is to ask for deferral of Ordinance 1549. Of course, that's a council decision, but that would be my interest in case others here are interested in the same topic. Nancy Marr.
Good evening, Nancy Marr, Prime Housing Group, 1390 East Grand River Avenue. We own about 200 rental units in the city of East Lansing. I wanted to echo what Matt Hagan just said. When I was on the East Village Visioning Code Committee, there was a focus on the future and what the city wanted to accomplish, but there was also a mindfulness of making sure that the property owners could maintain their current properties, because in the passing of that code, all of our properties became non-conforming use. So it was that balance and us being involved as a stakeholder. And then again, when the non-conforming use came into play, I was on the committee again to marry the city's interest along with the current property owners' ability to maintain their own properties. And I think that we were of the understanding that these changes were typos and clarifications, but it's a 174-page document, and it really looks like it's a little bit more than that, and we want to make sure, we all know that words matter, and we want to make sure that the right words are being used to make sure there aren't any loss of rights in terms of non-conforming use, grandfathering, and that sort of thing. So I want to make myself available as a resource. I've done it before, and I'm welcome to be available as a resource, as a stakeholder in this issue, as you know, if you bring together a committee to make sure that this language is exactly what you want, but also provides the protections to the current property owners. Thank you.
James Deering.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. A great benefit of icy weather here in East Lansing is not having to listen to the nightly loud racing of illegally modified vehicles on Grand River, Abbott Road, Bircham Road, Harrison and Hagedorn Roads, and Saginaw Boulevard. The same 20 or so people ruin our warmer evenings and nights for the 20,000 residents who live in Bailey, Glencairn, Walnut Heights, Chesterfield Hills, and White Hills. The Police Oversight Commission has done a disservice to our homeowners by hamstringing our police officers from stopping these vehicles, issuing citations, and impounding vehicles that are being operated illegally with aftermarket kits so that they are excessively loud. The claim by the Commission that the perpetrators cannot afford quiet vehicles is patently false. These vehicle owners have spent money to make their vehicles excessively loud. Why can't East Lansing act as so many other liberal cities have done? For example, Denver, Colorado bans aftermarket mufflers on motorcycles younger than 25 years old, enforces an 82 decibel limit, and requires EPA-approved factory-style mufflers, stricter than some federal or state standards. More and more cities are protecting residents' quality of life while raising needed revenue by adopting noise cameras that record decibel, license plate, date and time, and location. They can also directly trigger citations. New York City was the first to implement noise camera enforcement. Cameras measure sound, snap plates, and issue fines up to $800 and more for vehicles over a set decibel threshold, frequently tied to modified mufflers. Providence, Rhode Island has just installed noise cameras after the successful implementation of noise cameras in nearby Newport ended loud weekend cruising of modified trucks, cars, and motorcycles. So what about Michigan? Kalamazoo traffic regulations now prohibit unreasonably loud or raucous or disturbing and unnecessary noise from the engine or exhaust system of any motor vehicle. Battle Creek has incorporated similar language in its adaptation of the Uniform Traffic Code. Excessive engine exhaust noise is a civil infraction. And Cadillac, Michigan updated its city codes so that, quote, unreasonably loud, raucous, disturbing, or unnecessary noise from the engine or exhaust system of any vehicle can be cited. It's time for City Council to act, and act decisively. Stop protecting the joy riding by a few interlopers that ruins the spring, summer, and fall evenings and nights in East Lansing. Rein in the Police Oversight Commission, empower our police to stop these few drivers, and return East Lansing to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Mesher.
Hi, I'm Gary Mesher. I'd like to thank, is it Mr. Gearing?
Deering, yes.
Deering, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deering. I would echo what you said, and unless I missed something, I think you neglected to add Southeast Marble to your list of neighborhoods who are affected by the noise that you allude to. So thank you for bringing that up, and just wanted to include Southeast Marble. As speaking for myself, a resident of Southeast Marble, we certainly care about the excessive noise, and hopefully revising ordinance 1541, I believe it is. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you all remember anything I have to say in the next 90 seconds or so, please know that in 2025 in East Lansing, to turn a phrase, if you're a car, you can do anything. They just let you do it. That includes speeding on Grand River in Bircham and Abbott and throughout the city, as well as in the Southeast Marble neighborhood or on Marble Elementary and McDonald Middle School. We also see cars and landscape company trailers parked in front yards in our neighborhood. But I digress. Back to traffic enforcement. We in Southeast Marble remain puzzled as to why other neighborhoods have an abundance of stop signs and four-way stops, including our next door neighborhood, Bailey. Maybe it just takes persistence to state our case to City Council members and City Manager Bellman. We have long given up hope of any help coming in the way of recommendations from the Transportation Commission. Lastly, it is important to note the situation of my, and this is a different topic, but note the situation of my 92-year-old neighbor on Melrose, whose husband, also 92, passed away in October following 6 months of hospice care at their residence. She called me at 8:24 Thursday evening, November 20th, to say that a water shutoff tag notice was hanging on her front door with the promise to turn service off on Tuesday, November 25th, 5 days later. She and I had a follow-up phone call about 30 minutes later that same night, November 20th, to confirm a plan of action the next day to prevent a water shutoff. I've known this lady since 1966 when I became the paper boy for her and her husband. The next Friday, November 21st, I took her check for $170. I handed it in person to the person at the window at City Hall for payment. So you should all know that the city works efficiently when planning to turn the water off for a 92-year-old widow over a $170 overdue bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Kadaya Erickson?
Good evening. My name is Khadijah Erickson. I am the Executive Director of the Mid-Michigan Tenant Resource Center, and I'm here today to state clearly and without qualification that I oppose Ordinance 1141 in its entirety. There is no emergency shelter options in Lansing. There are no sanctioned encampments, there are no designated legal spaces for unhoused people to exist, and yet this ordinance would criminalize the act of existing in public space while unhoused. That is not public safety, it is cruelty disguised as policy. And I'm going to state this plainly, the homelessness workshop the city held now looks like a performance piece. You cannot claim to care about people in crisis one month and criminalize them the next. That is not public policy, that is political theater. And it raises the question, is the city actually trying to address or solve homelessness or to simply manage public perception while sweeping human beings out of sight? If the city has not provided a legal alternative location where human beings can sleep, then prohibiting camping, prohibiting resting, and prohibiting being present in public spaces is nothing more than punishing poverty. It is a ban on survival itself. Let's be clear. Your whole plan is to send people to Lansing where the emergency shelters exist. Haven House has 7 beds in East Lansing, and all of them are full, consistently, across the board, including the shelters in Lansing. Our shelters are full every night. Your homelessness plan cannot include NIMBYism and forcing people from the city they call home because you refuse to invest any money whatsoever in providing the emergency solutions in your yard, not mine, yours. You have money, you need to apply it to your own city and you need to be providing emergency shelter. Your plan cannot be to send people to Lansing. It's the same plan as Clinton County, as Eaton County, as everywhere else around us. You can and you should and you will eventually be forced to invest in your own city to provide for the homeless people that exist here. They are here. No matter what you do, there will be homeless people here until we do what the evidence suggests and has proven time and time and again. It is to provide housing. That is how you end homelessness. You will not arrest your way out of homelessness. You cannot citate your way out of homelessness. You cannot fine your way out of homelessness, okay? The jail's not a solution. It's not. It's really not. Sending them to Lansing, not a solution. Busing people back to the city that they came from, also not a solution. And in fact, most of the people who are unhoused in Lansing, East Lansing, are from here. They are unhoused here because they cannot afford the housing here, which is, again, within your purview. You all have contacts to your representatives and the senators. You can talk about preemption. You can talk about lifting the ban on rental control. You could rein in the rental prices in your own backyard instead of planning to overload the system in Lansing and forcing us to take on your masses. What you have created by allowing rental prices to skyrocket in your backyard and doing nothing to assist them. Your plan is not a good plan. It's actually not a plan. It is an intention for Lansing to do the work you refuse to do. That is not our responsibility. Of course we will take that. We have no choice. We are not like this body where we turn people away. We invest in our shelters. We are providing a Mod Pod community so people have a place to be because we recognize in Lansing that the path out of here is to support people. shoving them into the dark, shoving them into the forest, shoving them into the alleys, shoving them into Lansing will not make homelessness disappear in East Lansing. It's just not gonna, that's not how that works. More unhoused people will appear in East Lansing because life is unaffordable, wages have not kept up. They're just gonna keep popping up. So if your plan is to fill up the East Lansing jail, to fill up the Ingham County jail, maybe
You
tack
have
on some
30
felony
seconds
charges
remaining.
so that you can send people up to MDOC, that's not a plan, right? That to me sounds like you have every intention of complying with the Trump administration. This sounds like you are intending to institutionalize and incarcerate your way out of homelessness, and I cannot tell you enough, it will not work. And with my last 10 seconds, I want to remind you all that the Grants Pass versus Johnson decision did not legally allow you to be cruel to people. All it did was weaken the 8th Amendment argument against you. That did not evaporate the constitutional issues you are creating for yourself by attempting to move forward with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Pope.
Good evening. My name is Harold Pope, and I'm here on behalf of the NAACP. I want to make clear that I am not here merely as an individual, but as the president for a branch of the largest and oldest civil rights organization in the United States. The NAACP has a long-standing commitment to justice, equality, and the unyielding fight against racism in all its forms. As an organization, we do not tolerate discrimination, and we stand firmly against any actions or policies that perpetuate racial injustice. Today, we continue to advocate for the resignation or replacement of your police chief. The East Lansing Police Department, the city, and its residents deserve leadership that is both experienced and genuinely engaged with the community. Effective leadership should be capable of understanding and responding to the needs and concerns of all citizens, particularly those who have been marginalized or mistreated. You have expressed a desire to bridge the gap, enhance transparency, and rebuild trust between the police department and the community. We agree that these goals are essential. However, the first step in this process must be a public apology to the 2 young black men who were falsely arrested and labeled as criminals. This apology should be accompanied by a formal retraction of the public statement that misrepresented them as criminals. Rebuilding trust requires accountability and genuine remorse for past mistakes. Publicly addressing this incident is not only the right thing to do, but is also necessary to begin healing the wounds caused by these actions. Furthermore, I must point out that many of the initiatives you have outlined would have benefited from direct discussion with community members prior to their presentation. True transparency and trust are built through open dialogue and collaboration, not by implementing plans that may appear to prioritize optics over meaningful change. We urge you to center the voices of the most affected in your decision-making process and to work closely with community leaders and organizations like the NAACP to ensure that future actions reflect the needs and values of East Lansing's diverse population. We stand ready to work with you to create a safer, more equitable East Lansing, but that will require more than just plans and promises. It will require concrete actions, honest conversations, and a willingness to listen and learn from the community. Thank you for your attention. We hope you will take these concerns seriously and act with the integrity and accountability that people of East Lansing deserve. I just want to share use of force or response to resistance data from September and October 2025 that still shows the disproportionate focus on blacks. In September, there were 29 incidents, 39 citizens encountered, 77% were black. In October, there were 17 incidents, 26 citizens encountered, 65% black. You need to understand that, and you need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daphne O'Regan.
I'm here to endorse amending ordinance
Could you
1541.
move the microphone to your?
Oh. Endorse amending the ordinance 1541 to allow ticketing of noisy vehicles because of the public health ramifications of interrupted sleep and noise on everybody, but especially neurodivergent populations and young and old people. And it turns out that Mayor Altman knows all about this because he's co-authored a number of cognitive studies of neuroscience that are about this topic. So I'm not going to talk about it because you could talk about it if you would decide to. But I do think it's important to do this, and I agree with the other people who have spoken that it's nothing new. The entire state of California prohibits loud cars. I spend time in California because my extremely ancient mom is there, and I live 5 blocks from a major university and about 5 blocks from downtown, just like I do here. There is no comparison in the amount of noise. It is quiet there. It is really noisy at my house here. So it means that it's possible to have a quiet city with, in the middle of 9 million people, which we don't have, or more now, with the proper enforcement and ordinances. I do think that sound cameras are a good idea because they remove the risk to motorists and also to officers from pulling people over, especially at night, if the sound cameras could be strategically placed and could actually see license plates. Then I also want to talk about the problems downtown. I think that it's really, first of all, I want to make very clear that I oppose the loitering ordinance. I do not think that is the right approach to unhoused people at all. I agree with the previous speaker that in a city that's discussing festivals and parks and rec and all that, to decide that the unacceptable part of the city is unhoused people is really wrong. And it's time for us to invest some of our quite substantial resources, when you actually get down to it, in helping people who are unhoused in our city. I do not know, I am not an expert on how this works, but I do know that there are successful models throughout the country. Will it help everyone? No. Obviously, there are going to be some people who, in Berkeley, where I spend quite a bit of time with my incredibly ancient mom, they've built a large building, it has all of these services and everything. Some people just don't want to do that, okay? Those people need a different approach. But the vast majority of people are happy to comply with what is required to live in a place that accepts them as they are, and I think we should definitely pursue that as a city, and whether it requiring low rent apartments or a fund for developers, et cetera, to fund this, to use our own tax dollars, to use a special assessment on downtown. I don't know what the proper answer is, but we need to do something ourselves. And the last thing I want to say is that part of the problem with downtown can be traced to past actions by the council and by the university. But we have to live with those, so let's see what we could do about it. When I go downtown at night to see what's going on, I'm not like surprised or horrified or scared or anything. What I am is crowded. The downtown is too small. In seeking to maintain our suburban atmosphere, we've sort of crowded everything that could possibly be considered urban into just a few square blocks of our city. This is just not going to work. At the time, I've been living here almost 40 years, and the enrollment at MSU has gone up incredibly dramatically. All of those people want to be entertained, and we have not provided an expanded area. I don't think that a social area that is still in the same very confined space is going to work. I think it's time to revisit zoning in the adjacent areas to downtown, and also to revisit what kind of businesses are getting permission to be there, and lots of other things. But one thing that's not going to work is just expect that people will not go downtown, because that's not going to happen. So you have to deal with what we've got. And the final thing I want to say is that downtowns are very delicate. Where I grew up, we had a thriving downtown, and I grew up near San Francisco, which obviously had a very thriving downtown. Those downtowns are deserts. They have fallen into, especially San Francisco, the fall was incredibly precipitous, incredibly fast. In Berkeley, it took maybe a decade, maybe a little more, for the downtown to
You
become a
have 30
place where
seconds
nobody wanted to
remaining.
go and everybody just wanted to pass through. And we need to be really careful that that doesn't happen in East Lansing, and it requires a variety of creative strategies that we need to start talking about.
Thank you. Jeff Hudgens.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Hudgens. We're Hudgens Realty. We're located at 117 Gunson here in East Lansing. Came this evening to speak about proposed ordinance 1549, which will have its second reading here this evening. Regulatory framework under which all rental property in the city has operated for really most of the past 30 years, the predecessor to the new proposed 1549 is Ordinance 900. It was explained to the rental community when this process began that the proposed changes under Ordinance 1549 would be technical and cleanup. What is being brought before council, however, is a 174-page document. When Ordinance 900 was crafted in the 90s, all stakeholders were involved in its review. Rental property owners worked with the city attorney's office. The housing department, city manager, ASMSU was represented. The goal to be certain and work collaboratively together, and that we could explore the full impacts of any changes on the housing market, affordability issues, the city budget. Rental property taxation affects roughly 60-some% of East Lansing real estate market. We're here tonight to ask council to postpone, please, any action, passage of Ordinance 1549. As it turns out, we find numerous changes within the proposed new ordinance that cause confusion and concern. There are ambiguities that we feel need to be clearly defined and clarified prior to its passage. If, as real estate brokers, property owners, and builders, we want to construct a new home in East Lansing, there's a process. In brief, that process begins with the submittal of building plans, a back and forth with the city to determine everything is on point with all parties. It culminates with the generation of a building permit. We feel that when Ordinance 1549 went from technical and cleanup to this 174-page documents over the past months, a courtesy could have been extended. Reaching out to the rental community from the city housing office or city manager's office or the council, or a heads up, let's begin discussion. Let's make sure we have this right for all of us. So there aren't concerns or confusion. We want to create the same type of subcommittees and work groups and meet like when Ordinance 900 was crafted. Our government is about working both for and with the residents, the business community, the student population, the rental property owners. The city knows how to reach us. We all live or operate offices in the city. We would like to begin the process before Ordinance 1549 is voted on. We'd like to make certain changes recommended are understood by all stakeholders. Unfortunately, discussions at this juncture have not included rental property owners, ASMSU, or what potential economic impacts in its current form the ordinance could have on the city's budget. There's nothing we see as an emergency requiring 1549 to be passed quickly either. We would look forward to working with the city to make the future regulatory framework of 1549 the best it can be for everyone in our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karen Brown?
Hi, Karen Brown from Melrose Avenue in Southeast Marble. I'm just here quickly to, again, discuss our traffic pain points in Southeast Marble. And I feel like there's a reluctance to do anything about some of our problem streets because it will just shift the problem elsewhere. Well, the problem with that is it's exactly what happened when we decided to traffic calm Hagedorn. So now all that traffic is backed up. We have a lot of angry people that are cutting through our neighborhood, and they're doing it really, really quickly. So John R. and Cahill have turned into little mini speedways. And my concern with that really is not just what it does to the neighborhood, but I'm worried about the people and our children who are playing in the streets, walking down the streets. We don't have a ton of sidewalks. It's just causing a lot of trouble. And I'm really, really sorry that Hagedorn was pinched the way it was because it's hurting our neighborhood. So that's all I had to say, so thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Sweet.
Hello. Thank you for allowing the time to speak. I am here in support of Chief Brown and the East Lansing Police Department. Have my full support. I also support hiring additional police. And these are some of the highlights that were in the recommendation from the committee that was formed to address issues. So I support the DDA to fund 2 police officers dedicated to crime in downtown, but only if they can do their job and their hands aren't tied. I support amending Ordinance 1451, the traffic stop ordinance, and also 1141. I support amending those. I do not support a social district downtown. I think bringing more alcohol down there will be problematic. And even just the al fresco it's too dense there. It's dangerous. I would just do away with it. So, and I do have this is not related to the recommendations from that committee, but the intersection at Albert, Abbott, and Grand River. So Albert continues down by the Graduate, and then Abbott goes, onto campus. And right there on that intersection, including in front of Harper's, in front of the chicken place, in front of Beggars on that part of Abbott, and then across the street from the credit union, where all of those are no parking spaces. People are parked there all the time, especially trying to get to work at 9 and coming home after 5. It causes a real congestion there, and it's problematic. So I support looking into that. That's really it. I support the police and the chief. So, thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Egan. Brianna Egan here? Oh, there she is.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi. Good evening. Thank you for your commitment to hearing from the parents and incorporating our real lived experiences in the Harrison Road project, which I think we're going to hear about a little bit tonight. But tonight I'm here, Brianna Egan, I'm here because for years our city and many of our citizens have not been able to navigate through conflict in a way that brings about progress. And that failure shows up not only in the decisions that we make, but in the decisions that we avoid. Not addressing the speeding and modified exhaust problem and subjecting everyone to this relentless harassment is a perfect example. This, along with the history of unwillingness or inability to enforce basic public safety laws, like speeding and modified exhaust, reckless cut-through traffic, behaviors that are not just disruptive, but they are terrorizing our residents every single day and night. Our requests for relief have not been answered. It's been a few years now, and in fact, they've been used for political fodder against everyone, and both sides and all sides. So tonight, I'm just here to ask again for some change and some enforcement. For years, people didn't believe we had a cut-through problem until I showed up to a public meeting and brought out my phone and showed how all the GPS apps now send traffic all the way through our street instead of any of the streets that are actual cut-through neighborhood and city streets. So tonight I'm going to do the same thing. Before I play this recording, which was taken right outside my children's bedroom, I want everyone involved in this debate to ask yourself one thing. You know, as a private citizen and a working parent, what do you think I'm supposed to do about this? What would you do if this happened outside your home every night? I'm tired of watching this issue be used to point fingers across the sky. I'm tired of residents fighting each other from this microphone, and I'm exhausted from being gaslit and having my reality publicly questioned by members of this body and community and by employees of the city. By roping this type of noise into complaints about lawn crews and leaf blowers, this is what my family, my neighborhood, and anybody that walks up and down our street has to deal with. This is what many families live with, and it's exactly what you have the responsibility to fix. This is an audio recorded outside my children's bedroom. Listen to it as if it's coming from outside your children's windows. And I promise you, this is cars. This is what we've been talking about as far as loud cars. Hopefully everybody can hear it. So here's another one. This was recently. It's still happening, to be clear. It's not over. So to be clear, they do it at the same spot. They're harassing us. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows what cars these are. Everybody knows who it is. I've emailed. I've talked to people about it. I mean, I have videos and videos and videos and audio. This has been going on for years. It's gotten worse recently. I'm 4 houses up from Michigan Avenue, and this is every night. It's worse on Fridays, and it's worse on Saturdays. I guess my closing statement, I don't have very much time, is I agree with a lot of the speakers tonight, but this is part where the farce becomes impossible to ignore, because while we argue, while we posture, while we turn every discussion into a referendum on each other's motives, this is what's actually happening to your voters. This is the reality our families in the city are living with. As a taxpayer and a human being, I expect us to continue to move forward towards unbiased policing and stronger de-escalation. I expect accountability, I expect fairness, I expect reform. But reform can't mean abandoning basic public safety. It can't mean leaving our children unprotected from reckless drivers, running red lights through school zones. It can't mean pretending that people who are clearly choosing harm to intimidate and terrorize families are anything other than a threat to this community. We can pursue equitable policing and protect our neighborhoods. We can push for better systems and enforce the laws that keep kids safe. These goals are not in conflict. They depend on each other. So I'm asking you to stop treating this as political theater. Stop treating it as a proxy battle for whatever else you're fighting about. Stop treating it start treating it like the urgent public safety crisis it is. Because all our children deserve more than words. They deserve action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Sweet.
Thanks, Council, for hearing me. I'm John Sweet. I'll be much briefer than everybody else. I'm here to support the recommendation under Business Agenda 6.8 that the police department put out through looks like a slew of people from MSU to the City of East Lansing. They recommended 13 items. I'm going to recommend, of those 13, 6 that I think that I would like the council to listen to take deep thought on, and to move forward and pass these. Amend the fiscal 2026 budget to add 2 police officers to ELPD dedicated to traffic enforcement. Item 2, amend fiscal 2026 budget to add 1 FTE DPW for downtown maintenance and cleaning. Item 5, request DDA to fund 2 police officers dedicated to the increased crime in the downtown area. Item 6, authorize DPW to fence in the transformers at the Target Rally House Alley. Item 10, have the first reading of ordinance 1541 to amendment to remove language prohibiting traffic stops for loud exhaust. Item 11, have the first reading for ordinance 1141, adding a section regarding loitering in parking structures and parking lots, as well as a section prohibiting camping in public places. I'd like East Lansing to be a more inviting and safer place for our citizens. Thanks.
Thank you. Carissa Buchholz.
Good evening. I would like to first start by beginning to take a moment of silence to remember the life of the young pedestrian who was hit by a car on Grand River and Coolidge on November 19th, and then subsequently died from his injuries. Although the details of the crash that occurred on November 19th are unknown, as this tragic death made no news coverage, it is not uncommon for East Lansing to experience deaths in our roadways. According to MichiganCrashFacts.org, there have been 9 people who have been killed on East Lansing streets between 2020 and 2024. There were 66 crashes that occurred during the same period that resulted in a suspected serious injury. I'd like to point out that while the city receives data on car crashes and pedestrian fatalities, this information isn't often shared during Transportation Commission meetings. I encourage the city to consider making this data more visible by including it in the monthly commission discussions. Deaths and serious injuries from car crashes and related transportation incidents are bound to affect most of us sitting in this room, either directly or indirectly throughout the course of our lives. In East Lansing, this is a particularly important issue, as many of the MSU students and community members like me rely on walking and cycling to move throughout the community. Some people may feel that transportation-related deaths and serious injuries are simply collateral damage that we must pay in order to keep our cars moving through our community as quickly as possible. I respectfully disagree. Others may ask what the big difference is between a car going 20, 30, or 40 miles an hour anyways. Turns out it's pretty significant. An average pedestrian hit at 20 miles an hour has a 7% risk of suffering a fatal injury. At 30 miles an hour, that turns into 20%. And at 40 miles an hour, a pedestrian has a 45% chance of death. We do not have to accept deaths and serious injuries on our streets. It is possible to reduce these significantly through a variety of measures, including engineering our streets such that cars cannot comfortably speed on our roadways. Council could also enact policies such as approving a local ordinance to require motorists to stop for pedestrians instead of defaulting to the minimum state law of only requiring that motorists yield to pedestrians. The council can take steps tonight to improve pedestrian safety in the community by approving agenda item 6.1, which among many improvements for Harrison Road would approve the installation of a raised crosswalk at the school. However, I do not support the installation of a refuge island, as this would widen the roadway, exposing pedestrians to vehicle traffic for a longer period of time and therefore could reduce pedestrian safety. I am supportive of the additional RRFB at the South Lawn Avenue. I would also like to ask the council to add to the discussion on next week's agenda regarding the truck traffic and the truck restriction, as there's been much community concern regarding that restriction the way it's currently written. I want to acknowledge the excellent work that went into preparing the agenda packet for item 6.1. I really appreciate that our petition and letter from the GECC was included in it. It is my hope that the improvements that are being proposed at our crosswalk can serve as an example of practical improvements that could be made for other problematic crosswalks in the community. We know that statistically, about twice a year, someone is going to be killed on our transportation network, as just happened a couple of weeks ago with that young man. Are those deaths and serious injuries worth it to allow our roadways to carry as many cars as fast as possible through our community?
I don't think this collateral damage is ethical, and I hope the council shares the same opinion. I ask the council continue working with the community to improve our pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure and take opportunities like the ones we have right now with the Harrison Road Rehabilitation Project to meaningfully redesign roads to promote safer speeds and improve pedestrian and bicycle access. We see the work the city is doing on this issue. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Paul Dane.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I think these public comments are so important. And I must say, a little disappointed at your last meeting because it appeared that there were some speakers up here at the rostrum who were not addressing the council, but rather were addressing directly previous speakers. And I would hope the council would exercise their authority in directing all public comments to be directed to the council and not people who have previously spoken. I live at 200 Albert Street. We have been concerned about various issues. I must say also that I was very pleasantly surprised when we found that the ad hoc committee made a number of proposals found in 6.8 that directly address some of the concerns that we have expressed to members of the council and to the police. So we are very appreciative of that, and the people in Newman's Lofts were very favorably disposed to those recommendations. Personally, I'm thrilled with the proposal that it was going to do something about noise from vehicles, which is just really, really awful. So I hope the council will adopt many of these proposals, and especially the noise provision that's found in those amendments. I must also say that over time, the noise coming from local entertainment bars has been excruciatingly loud. The city clerk's office could not provide to me any special interest permits that allowed these establishments to have speakers on the outside of their buildings and blaring music out late at night. They were unable to provide me. I went with a FOIA, I followed it up with other communications, and no special issue permits were available to me, as I was led to believe by one of the council members. Couldn't find them. Maybe they're not there. Maybe they just couldn't find them. Anyway, please act favorably on these recommendations. They'll make a big difference to the residents of East Lansing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Sellers.
Thank you. Nadia Sellers, Honey Bear Project. Robert Bellman, you continue to try to railroad the investigation for Woods and Smith, but let me remind you, your bully tactics don't scare us. Please just stop. We will not be intimidated, and we are not going to go away. You can continue to try to block the investigation all you want to, but eventually it will prevail. What's in the dark will come to light. Mayor Altman, to my knowledge, you've not publicly denounced the racial divisive comments made by Chief Jen Brown. So I ask, with the weight of this entire committee behind me, are you a racist? I mean, you can answer. You responded to a gentleman prior. Did you want to respond to me? Okay, I guess not. I ask because when leadership refuses to condemn racism, it raises a legitimate concern. Do you agree with those views? I've even spoken to some of your students. Their reflections suggest there may be a pattern. So again, I ask, Ms. Mayor, are you a racist? Choose not to respond. Tonight, I'm not demanding an immediate answer. What I'm asking is that you go home, look at yourself in the mirror, and reflect honestly on that question. Ask yourself whether your actions or your silence align with the values of equity, justice, and inclusion. And if, in your own heart, the answer is yes, then I respectfully ask you to resign. Because the people of East Lansing deserve better. East Lansing is a diverse community. Michigan State University is one of the most diverse universities in our state. You should know this, you work there. If the mayor does not embrace and protect the diversity of this community, then the mayor should not lead it. Let me be clear, Mr. Altman. The mayor of East Lansing must represent everyone, regardless of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, income level, or background. Everyone. I'm not here to condemn you, Mr. Alton. I'm asking you to examine yourself so that the residents, the students, the workers, and the visitors of East Lansing know who you are, know who's leading them. People who don't look like you deserve to know whether they're truly welcomed here. And according to your chief, we're not. We're just here to commit crimes. So Mayor Altman, I'm going to give you another chance to answer. Are you a racist? I guess you're not going to answer. You don't need to answer tonight, but know this, I'll be here every Tuesday asking the same question. Because character is revealed not just by what a leader says, but by what a leader does. And if your actions or inaction reflect racism, then that alone disqualifies you from serving as the mayor of East Lansing. East Lansing has room for many people, but racism should never have room in this office or in the city's leadership, Mr. Bellarmine, Chief Brown. Residents of East Lansing, if you truly don't want black and brown people visiting your community, shopping in your stores, spending money in your local businesses, or simply existing in your public space, then say it. Say it plainly. Say it loudly. Do what Jen Brown did. Go on national TV and make that comment. So if you stand with Jen Brown's rhetoric and don't hide behind coded language or fear-mongering, don't pretend it's about safety. Don't pretend it's about outsiders. Don't pretend it's about concern. Call it what it is. Racist rhetoric.
Thank you. Ellie Hayter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ali Heather. I am from downtown East Lansing. I'm a business owner, and I'm here in support of the ordinance about camping and loitering. It's not about the matter of homelessness or anything else. It's the matter of safety. It's the matter of safety not only for business owners, for their customers, for the families, and for children. I'm a brown man. I'm also a Muslim. I'm a minority. But do I defend the people who are from Pakistan and Muslim if they're doing wrong? There are good and bad people in every community, every color, every city. We just cannot back them up until we see their action. If you come to downtown East Lansing in the morning, you will see my employees cleaning poop outside the businesses. Not just for me, from the sidewalks too. Many times we have to use kitty litter over the piss because it stinks so bad. Those people are just not there because there's a reason you're homeless, and then there's a reason that you choose to be homeless versus your circumstances. My first customer at 6 in the morning, they want us to sell alcohol before 7 o'clock, are those people who stand outside my store. After 3 o'clock, I have 4 doors with broken locks. Those doors does not have soda. Those doors have alcohol in there. I have lottery tickets stolen. I have every problem in the world that I can tell you. And just because these people stand out my store, do I need to defend them? I don't. We have students where they were, every single day they complain to us that they're invited for sex right in the downtown. There are teenager girls that we reported that were going to school. Those people, they told them to go with them, and they are middle school. And my wife put them inside my store, and she called the cops and called the parents, and then we have to walk them. So do we need a downtown where, teenage girls in middle school, they cannot walk alone? Right now, my wife and my daughter, they want to enjoy a cup of coffee where we have beautiful fire pit in the downtown East Lansing. Tell anyone with a family to go and sit there for 20 minutes. These are the people who are abusing the downtown. They're abusing the families, and they are taking advantage of the people, standing outside and begging them and come inside and play lottery. We're not going to defend them. It doesn't matter like what color are they. It doesn't matter what race they belong. You choose people by the action they perform, not where they belong. I will never defend any brown person if he's doing wrong. So as if I am Muslim, I will not defend any action of any Muslim person who will do wrong. Let's not divide people in the race. The solution is the safety for the downtown. We need a friendly downtown. Now also, we have neighboring city, Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, Lansing, Detroit itself. They all have loitering ordinance in them. They all have camping ordinance on them. And then the funny thing is, those people, they only will hang out businesses where you serve alcohol and liquor and you sell smoke. You will not see these people standing on a sideway in any other day. So last thing is, I also invited previously, and I would like to invite any person who think like they are the solution for it, please come between 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. on a Friday and a Saturday night and see themselves. And I completely support, being a businessman, I support this council. I can never doubt that this council will be racist. I totally support Chief Jen Brown and every police employee in the city of East Lansing. If cops tell you to do something, if they tell you to raise your hand, you raise your hands and you will not be in trouble. And all the fights that happen, it's just one spot. So we have to avoid the future incident like pepper spray or anything like that. If there was a loitering ordinance, these action will not be there, first of all. So I encourage you, please take a look and don't get the pressure from people who don't belong to East Lansing, who never stand in East Lansing, who don't know what East Lansing is. We are the people who go to these downtown every single day, and our families go there, and our workers work there. It's just not the safety of just one person, it's the safety of every resident, customer, and every business owner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michael Holt.
Thank you for having me. I'd like to speak quickly on multiple issues. And I will say I'm a newer resident to East Lansing, and what I've heard here tonight has been a bit disturbing to learn about the police violence against students from MSU's campus. It wasn't the sort of community that I thought I was moving into. And I fear it may prevent others from coming here as well. I'm a firm believer that money spent on policing could better serve the community by being invested into community advocacy and other issues. You can't arrest your way out of homelessness. You making laws that allow you to arrest people who are homeless or student populations will not increase safety. It increases jail populations. The best ways to prevent homelessness and antisocial behavior is through supporting these communities that need us the most, not turning our back on them when they're crying out for help. I think there are a lot of ways to make effective changes in that manner. I would also like to say that I am in support of the 4.2 on the agenda for the rental properties, with the caveat that affordable housing is needed in this community. I moved here from Chicago. Housing is more affordable in Chicago than it is in East Lansing. That was also not something that drove me to this community. I would also caveat that with landlords and realtors do not have the best interests at heart for the working families who are trying to find affordable housing or be able to own their own homes. These are people who are making money off of keeping people renting, and not becoming self-sufficient. 6.3 wetlands. I'm in support for the most part of 6.3. I would caution against wetland mitigation credits. It's important to keep wetland habitats in your communities, not exported across the state. These are important animal populations, pollinators. They're the most diverse habitat in the entire world. They're very important to have. I understand that homeowners may want to demolish wetlands to make a pretty grass yard. It's very important to me that we protect the environment that keeps us healthy and safe. When it comes to 6.8, I have a few points. I oppose number 1, to add 2 police officers. Again, I'm a firm believer that increased policing only leads to more people in jail. 5, again, I don't support that. 10 and 11, I'm also against. The loitering has been shown time and time again to be used as a tool to criminalize homelessness and student populations. .9, again, I am against any increased funding for the police department. I think this funding would be better served in community initiatives to help uplift those populations among us who, especially the homeless population. You must consider that, think about how often are you guys hearing from any delegations from any homeless encampments or groups, like from them themselves? Are you going out and asking them how they can be helped? Or are you hearing from people that can take time off work and come in here and speak to you? People who can wait an hour and a half to get 5 minutes with you. I implore you to go out into your community.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
And speak to them. And again, 6.10, I support more rental houses only as a short-term measure to reduce the burden on working families who need affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Kath Edsel?
Last time I stood before you, I made some statements to get your attention. These are actual quotes. We could go one way or the other. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking garbage into our country. President Trump referring to Somali immigrants. I am recommending a full travel ban on every damn country that's flooding our nation with killers, leeches, entitlement junkies. Kristi Noem. Minorities come into our community and commit crimes. East Lansing Police Chief. This is the company we keep now, and it guides the way we police our community. Cruelty is the point. Here are the numbers. I only compared 3 months at the start of the school year for 24 and 25 because in prior years, non-arrest handcuffing was included in use of force. Since it was removed in 24, a comparison cannot be made that includes 2023. For August, September, and October, there were 50 use of force incidences, 52% against black people, 4 against Asian descent, and 44 against white people. In 25, under the current chief, there were 108 uses of force incidences. 84 were against BIPOC people, with 72% being black and 14 against white people. When her leadership put a target on the backs of black and brown people, her department heeded the call. Now, tonight's agenda has a plan that includes the addition of 4 more officers, even though nothing has changed that will prevent these officers from escalating the problem. There has been no accountability for the harm this chief has caused. There has been 0 policy changes based on recommendations suggested by LEPOC, and there have been no change in leadership. With little transparency has been diminished under the chief and city manager. Forward-facing documents that were available no longer are, and the LEPOC was told by the chief it could not publish redacted use of force reports. When we asked where in the ordinance it said this, she did not reply. The hiring of 4 officers is to allegedly address issues downtown at a cost of nearly $400,000. Given that the increased student presence is only for approximately 12 weekends in the fall and 10 in the spring, or approximately 44 days, which equates to around $9,000 a night, we could add several MSP officers working overtime for far less than $9,000 per night and have money left over to put unhoused people in hotels if we can't think of better long-term solutions. Finances aside, now is not the time to bring new officers into a department that has shown disdain for independent accountability, transparency, and culture change. Remember, this is the same department that refused to do anti-bias training and even turned their backs on the trainers, wore back the blue t-shirts, and more than two-thirds quit going once it was no longer mandatory just 3 years ago. So now we have a chief and city manager trying to deceive us into believing they are going to change so that we might not push back against her attempts to criminalize homelessness and blackness through different means. Loitering was removed from the city ordinance because it was historically, remember the black codes that I mentioned last time, used to incarcerate black people, so the 13th Amendment would allow plantation owners to force them back into the fields. There are already countless narratives in the use of force reports where ELPD has confronted BIPOC people in the parking garages for alleged crimes, only to find that after using force, there was no drugs, no guns, or the guns were legally owned. Now we want to allow them to harass and arrest young black people who come to downtown without anything resembling probable cause because they are just hanging out downtown, or unhoused people because some people do not like the sight or presence of them. These are not solutions to social problems, and I think East Lansing is better than this. Regarding some of her other plans. 2 years ago, LEPOC had a virtual meeting with Mr. Trevino, who works with Joe Samaro. We invited ELPD to participate. They did not show. More than once, anti-bias training has been attempted and with significant pushback by ELPD. Anti-bias training is not the same as anti-racism training. If ELPD could not make the effort to do anti-bias training in the past, why waste the money when what is really needed is intense, long-term anti-racism training? LEPOC spends months pushing this chief to help improve use of force data, and only through the sheer will of the LEPOC subcommittee did any movement happen, only for the chief to participate in contract negotiations that removed the names of officers and the public's access to much of the data. The removal of the loud exhaust from the pretextual stops ordinance shows a further lack of understanding of racism in policing. I am going to suggest that if loud exhaust is removed from the ordinance, defective equipment be added to the list. This addresses the concerns of LEPOC that ELPD is targeting people based on non-criminal behavior like poverty and blackness, and addresses the community concerns about aftermarket exhaust enhancers. Advanced Peace has a singular purpose to address retaliatory gun violence. As I read through every narrative from August, September, and October, there was not one gun found or used in the alleged fights. Not
You
one.
have 30
In private
seconds
spaces,
remaining.
ELPD representatives have confirmed this. We do not have a gun violence problem. But without this lie, the chief cannot command even more resources that could be used to address issues of homelessness and youth engagement. Lastly, the chief has already engaged community stakeholders. This council heard some of the vilest, classist, and racist commentary at your organizational meeting last month from the community she chooses to engage with. I wholeheartedly believe those comments did not reflect the community. This chief is not capable of engaging in a meaningful way with those of us in the community who want an anti-racist community policing model that practices public safety for all the people who live, work, and play here, not just the white ones. I ask
Thank
you
you
to put
for
a
your
pause on
comments.
hiring more officers. It is winter. We have time
Thank
to
you
see
for
if
your
training makes
comments.
any
Your
difference.
time
Hire
has
Joe
expired.
Samaro. Do anti-racism training.
Thank you for your comments. Tashmika Torak.
Good evening, you all. I moved to Lansing about 20 years ago, maybe more than that, 25. I got here in February without socks because I grew up in Texas. It was a big mistake. First blizzard I ever experienced. And my first thought when I got here after a little while was like, what are we doing in this town? Why is there a Lansing, an East Lansing, a Mason, a Holt? Like, wouldn't it just be like, are we actually serious with all these different places? I couldn't understand it because the place I was from was so big and we have all these little tiny places. And after a while, I got used to navigating between all of these different places. No big deal, right? Because I can go anywhere. I belong anywhere that I want to be in this area. And I should be able to expect that anybody who is managing the city, the policing, the services are not going to discriminate against me or target me. And, listening to people talk about who belongs here, and if they don't come, if they don't live here, they don't belong here. And to be honest, I probably wouldn't be here if I didn't worry that when my children are hanging out in East Lansing, that they won't be over-policed and criminalized. And that the people who are coming to these meetings that are so willing to talk about how Chief Jen Brown is amazing and honest and that they trust her are saying so after we have documented evidence of her lying, of her hiding evidence, and of scapegoating minorities in a situation where no crime occurred. And so I'm trying to understand how our communities in general are improved by having a police chief who is willing to lie. How does that address the concerns about crime? And I also accepted the invitation. I've heard several times, like, if you don't live here and you've never been downtown in East Lansing at 3 a.m., then you couldn't possibly know. And so I went. I went because I was curious. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is a war zone. It's been a while since I've ever seen a war zone in the United States of America, but like maybe it is. I've never been to East Lansing at 3 a.m. Let me try. So I show up, and turns out, as a war zone, it's pretty tame. Like Kath already said, didn't see guns, saw children to me, I'm 45, they're not children. Saw young adults doing what young adults do, saw very little violence, saw a lot of gratitude for the water that we passed out, saw a lot of people taking care of one another. And I was like, what? Yes. Will we always need someone who is willing to show up when violence happens? Yes, of course. Do we want people to be able to feel peace and wellness and health in their community? Absolutely. Do we actually need a police chief who is willing to scapegoat minorities in order to beat that goal? Do we actually need to stand up here and champion someone who has lied objectively about a member of your community, since we care so much about the people who live here, who go to school here, who run their businesses here? Is it okay that you have a police chief who is willing to lie about your own members of your community? And if that is okay, when it happens to you and your children, because bias and discrimination happens to all kinds of people, are you also going to stand here and say it's okay? Because the risk of criminalization isn't just about going to jail or sitting in a drunk tank for a minute. The risk of criminalization, we know, is documented, that it impacts people's ability to have a job, to sustain generational wealth, to be well, to not experience complex traumas within the criminal justice system. And then we have people coming back into the community with all that complex trauma, and we have to suffer the consequences of that, and we're like, well, how did this happen? We create the conditions. We have the opportunity to create the conditions where we do not have a police chief who will lie on members of your community. And that is a choice that we get to make. One of my favorite quotes is that you cannot get to a good place in a bad way. If you expect to have good community safety, then you cannot get there through someone who is being dishonest, through someone who is willing to throw away members of your community. It is not possible. And that is why in every community across the country, we are experiencing state-sanctioned violence, because we continue to try to get to a good place in a bad way. And we continue to give people who are not honest, who do not stand up and talk about racism or change with any sense of sincerity. It's all a performance. And I would really love to know where Chief Brown is in all of this, because I have yet to hear anybody talk about why she's not here to be accountable or to even listen to the community. How does that build community trust? Why are we all sitting here and we don't ever see her? And as the people who are leaders, you have the power to ask for that.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired. Owen Irvine. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Simon Peraza.
Hang on a second.
Sure.
Owen Irvine is first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you like that.
Well, I haven't been to Fort Council for a long time. I thought it was actually the City Hall. Got here a little bit late. Just to give you, most of you I don't know. I been around East Lansing since '82, when I got a professorship at MSU in economics, having studied urban economics, in graduate school, I was interested in housing markets, and eventually my wife and I tiptoed into buying a couple rental houses close to campus in 1985, which was under the original housing code. It was passed about 1976, if I remember, and was mainly enforced by the building department. I was also involved in 1992 when we actually rewrote the housing code. I met with the Jim Ludwig, Housing Commission Chairman, and we went through every paragraph, and I even suggested something we actually have today, which is requirement to inspect furnaces after they're 5 years old every 2 years, so there'd be no CO. That was a provision I originated since it had been left out, and they said, what do you think we left out? Well, safety of carbon dioxide poisoning was important, and so we put that in. I also worked with a subcommittee that included Councilman Meadows and Tom Kuczynski and myself and the Tom Yaden, assistant attorney, city attorney in late 90s to deal with a number of other issues, including concerns about density. That's what led to Ordinance 900, and that and a few other things the city has done is pretty much, I think, made for a relatively healthy housing market. I heard a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that there was going to be some revision to the housing code, and I actually was meeting with housing director on another matter and asked for a copy, and she said, well, no, she didn't have one, just to wait till it came out, but the council got it. Well, so we got it on Friday night, and no, it's not just technical revisions. It's a large document if you try to wade through it. And we haven't really had time. I think we would have gotten involved a lot earlier had we, in terms of the property owners, gotten a lot earlier if we known there was going to be so much going on. The changes are not just technical. In fact, I have just three highlights here in terms of, I think some of the changes actually threaten safety of the occupants. On every license, typically a license we receive for the last 30 years or so has basically said uninhabitable rooms, non-habitable rooms, which means maybe a washing machine, maybe a storage, nothing else. The current revision says non-habitable is basically means a space or an area in the dwelling that cannot be used as a bedroom, otherwise for sleeping. So we need something to distinguish where it's really not safe to be doing anything, such as basements with no exit windows. Related to that is actually a change in the occupiable space definition, which takes out the requirement for having egress windows, like in basements. If you have a rec room in the basement, people do sometimes fall asleep on couches and stuff in the basements, having partied and whatever, and there's a real safety issue there, and I don't think we should be taking away a requirement for egress windows. They're not small things. In terms of the non-conforming clause, I think it's been weakened, and I think there it's a little bit unrealistic in the sense that it asked owners to present. It actually was put in 1991, when passed in November of 91. For the 1992, we call the 1992 housing code. It was put in there because we recognized that there were very few size requirements for things.
You have 30
dimensions.
seconds remaining.
And so we put it in then and asked for, like, we could get testimony from people who sold the houses, residents, whatever. But now we're asking for residents 35 years later, and it's unrealistic to get information that way. And lastly, I think it can raise the affordability of houses, unaffordability, and building high-rise apartment buildings that charge at least $1,500 a bedroom is not a way to have affordable housing. The houses that are rented, they're older.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
They rent for much less than that, let me tell you. Thank you.
Simone Peraza.
Thank you. Apologies again. I didn't hear what you said when I walked right up to you. My name is Simone Peraza. I've lived in East Lansing since 1989. I'm going to talk about a few things here. Lansing City Council passed a resolution yesterday to support Senate bill package that's being proposed, 508, 509, and 510. These are widely being discussed as immigrant protection bills, but really they protect all of us here in Michigan. And so I thought that was very courageous. It passed unanimously. They actually do have a cyclical and retaliatory gun violence problem in Lansing, but they're still unanimously choosing to protect their most vulnerable members of their community. And we do not have a cyclical and retaliatory gun violence problem in here. If you're familiar with the CVI model, Community Violence Intervention, that's what it focuses on. A lot of communities have this issue. We're not one of them. So there's a reason that Advanced Peace has a lot of work in Lansing, but it doesn't make sense here. We don't have that problem. But when they did say, I think I heard them at a city council meeting say that somebody's gonna die, and nothing's more foreboding than that, right? I think we're much more likely to see somebody seriously injured, hurt, or killed by our biased police officers who are very, very young. The totality of our police officers in uniform are very young and inexperienced. That is much more likely to happen in terms of somebody is going to die here than any cyclical or retaliatory gun violence in the city. There's been so much happening this year. It's very Orwellian. I went to a national conference on civilian oversight of law enforcement, and it was much smaller than last year. We're not alone. We weren't alone in 2021 when we decided we wanted to say something about being anti-racist, and we're not alone 3 years later, roughly 4 years later, when DEI is no longer cool, and oversight commissions barely got a chance to get their feet under them before they've been stripped of different powers, lawyers taken away, a lot of different things across the country. Kind of mirrors what's happening here. For instance, the police union negotiations, apparently there's a city lawyer that represents all the city's interests in those negotiations, including the Oversight Commission. Yet there was absolutely no effort to retain any of the oversight powers. They were offered up, not negotiated. So that city attorney chose to purposefully not protect the Oversight Commission of this city and chose to give away those powers to the police union. This is also not unique. East Lansing is not unique here. This is happening across the nation. But the result of that is this weird police privacy situation where we're in public meetings and we talk about public people, public programs, public officials, public servants. But in the Oversight Commission meeting for our East Lansing Police Department, they're not allowed to say names of police officers. I believe this even refers to leadership. So we can't call Chief Jen Brown. We have to refer to her as just the chief. That's weird. It's creepy. Because we don't do that with anybody else. And we're seeing this big push across the nation
30 seconds remaining.
that police need protection. Police need protection. Police are being doxxed. Well, police already have all of our addresses, and they have the right to pull us over anytime they want, to stop us on the street anytime they want. It's why we got rid of pretextual stops. It's why we got rid of the ban on loitering. So you are getting prepared to put those tools right back into the hands of this young police department. to stop anyone through that biased lens that they clearly have, and that doesn't matter if you're on foot, doesn't matter if you're minding your business, doesn't matter if you're a patron.
Thank you for your comments.
You've now opened that back up.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council? Those are all the slips that I have. All right. Seeing none, are there any callers?
Hello? 4 callers on the line. Caller with the phone number ending in 902, you are now free to address the council.
Hello. My name is Dana Watson, and my pronouns are she, hers. If you were looking at me, you'd see that I am a Black person, and I'm wearing a t-shirt and joggers right now. I have 3 kids, and I do reside in the City of East Lansing. I want to emphasize that we are currently facing a national housing crisis, which affects people without the income for a place to call home. The City of Kalamazoo has formally declared housing a public health crisis. 1 of 2 of our local homeless shelters is unfortunately closing. And given the severe landscape, I was surprised to learn that Robert Bellman created a separate, self-organized group, a silo of police, business owners, and others to address this issue. The City of East Lansing already has voting representation on the Ingham Continuum of Care. This is a body designed to collaboratively address homelessness across the county. I know the structure well, as the health department has a sitting seat, which is mine. And the COC brings together shelters, service providers, people with lived experience, and government agencies, including City of Lansing, to discuss and coordinate homelessness strategy as a county-wide group. The representative for East Lansing's Continuum of Care seat was not listed as a participant in Mr. Bellman's new group. Instead of creating new punitive measures like potential misdemeanors for unhoused people, I strongly suggest focusing on more humane solutions, such as establishing pods or similar housing options. We are currently in a code blue, meaning the extreme cold necessitates opening extra spaces for shelter. The Lansing Police Department is actively engaging in transporting unhoused individuals to these designated locations. Furthermore, Judge Aquilina in 30th Circuit is currently holding weekly meetings to address a local homeless encampment, demonstrating that these situations require complex, thoughtful solutions, not quick fixes. The proposed ordinance is a NIMBY. That's a not in my backyard decision. I urge you to reject the new ordinance. The loitering portion of the proposed ordinance is particularly concerning, as it will likely target young people and potentially ruin their lives with misdemeanor records. So how will you define loitering? Is it loitering if children wait in line for a bar? Is it loitering if I sit on a public bench for 2 hours after I've finished my coffee? Will officers need to check everyone's loitering status with time-stamped receipts? And why aren't businesses being required to modernize by using text alerts instead of relying on people waiting physically in lines? Decisions about unhoused individuals must not be barbaric. We must engage directly with the unhoused population when creating policies that impact them. The failure to engage with the Human Rights Commission on this topic is another example of a not in my backyard approach. And finally, on a personal note, I've been treated poorly post-election. The only person to contact me after certification was Jennifer LaCrosse, who I haven't met, solely to retrieve her parking pass from me. There has been no call from Robert Bellman or the city clerk, and this is a disappointing level of class and engagement, especially considering my public advocacy on issues. So in summary, I strongly urge the city to abandon the proposed ordinance, especially the loitering provision, and instead commit to working through the established continuum of care, focusing on humane housing solutions like the pods and directly engaging with unhoused community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the last name Kaysen, you are now free to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Kaysen. I live at 933 Abbey Road in the Crossings neighborhood. This Thursday marks exactly 5 years since I closed on my home here in East Lansing. When I was searching for a place to live during the height of COVID, I couldn't do the normal things that people do when choosing a new community. I couldn't knock on neighbors' doors. I couldn't attend community meetings. I couldn't meet the people who make a city what it is. Instead, I had to rely on what I see from my car, lawn signs. As I drove through East Lansing, I saw signs that read, "Hate has no home here," and "Black Lives Matter." They weren't just slogans, they were promises. They represented a set of values, compassion, inclusion, safety, and justice. Those signs are the reason I chose to move to East Lansing. They are the reason I choose to raise my children here, and I believe this community meant what it said. The proposals before you tonight do not reflect the East Lansing I thought I joined. In fact, they point us in the opposite direction. I'm giving this public comment virtually because I do not feel safe attending these meetings in person anymore. At the last meeting, we heard racist comments. We heard some extremely NIMBY sentiments. We heard hostility and contempt directed towards young people in a college town whose culture and economy rely on young people. I hold a great deal of privilege, and even I don't feel safe in this space. Lonnie Smith, Mason Woods, and thousands of other young people of color in East Lansing and at MSU absolutely do not have the privilege of choosing whether or not to enter spaces where they may be targeted. These decisions impact their daily lives. They do not get to log off after 5 minutes. Tonight, I want to focus on 3 concerns: criminalizing homelessness, racial bias enforcement, and the broader implications of who we are as a community. First, criminalizing homelessness will not solve homelessness. Agenda item 6.8 proposes new loitering and camping ordinances that create civil infractions, misdemeanors, fines, and even potential jail time. The city's own agenda packet lists shelters that are almost entirely outside of East Lansing, many of which are full, religious affiliated, or have requirements that make them inaccessible to many residents of East Lansing. A list of shelters people cannot reach or cannot use is not a plan, it's an excuse. If the city does not want unhoused residents sleeping downtown, then the city must create real alternatives, not hand them a citation and hope they disappear. These ordinances will push people into the woods and into isolated spaces where overdoses, hypothermia, and medical emergencies are far more likely to become fatal because no one is around to help. Criminalization does not reduce homelessness. It increases suffering, it increases risk. It creates a cycle of fines, warrants, and incarceration that makes it harder, not easier, for people to come housed. Second, loitering laws are historically and predictably enforced along racial lines. We all know that if I stand outside in a parking lot after having dinner with some friends, no one is going to ask me to leave. But if I were 20 years younger, or if my skin was a different color, the outcome would be very different. The very definition of loitering in this ordinance, remaining somewhere for no obvious reason, is subjective by design. That subjectivity has always enabled discrimination. This ordinance will not be enforced equally because such ordinances never are. Expanding situations where police can approach, question, or ticket someone will disproportionately harm Black and Brown residents, young people, and unhoused community members. With all the conversations in our country has had about racial justice over the past decade, it is profoundly concerning that we're moving backward right here in East Lansing. These policies do not make anyone safer. They make some people believe they are safer at the expense of others. Finally, decisions to shape the identity of our city, and right now, this direction is deeply troubling. I moved to East Lansing because the city told the world hate has no home here, that Black Lives Matter, that we support our neighbors rather than punish them for struggling. Yet tonight, council is considering proposals that expand policing, increase surveillance, criminalize poverty, and give officers more discretionary power at a time when we still have unresolved issues around bias in the East Lansing Police Department. This is not what a welcoming, inclusive, compassionate community looks like. Your choices tonight will shape who feels safe in East Lansing, who feels welcome, who feels wanted here, and importantly, who chooses to stay here, raise their children, and invest in the community. Policies like this make people look elsewhere. They make families question whether or not East Lansing is the right place for them. They undermine the values that drew so many of us here in the first place. It is heartbreaking to see council moving forward with proposals that are out of alignment with the identity residents believe in and want to protect. This isn't just
You
about
have 30 seconds remaining.
It's about who we are as a city and who we are choosing to become. Do we want to be a community that punishes people for being poor, a community that selectively polices young people and people of color, a community that responds to fear instead of data and and pressure instead of to people? Or do we want to be the East Lansing so many of us believed in when we saw those lawn signs? The community that welcomes, supports, and protects its neighbors. Tonight, I'm asking you to uphold that vision. Reject these proposals and recommit to building a city where everyone, housed or unhoused, young or old, black or white, has a place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the phone number ending in 949, you are now free to address the council.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ernest Connery. I'm a 12-year resident of East Lansing, but you couldn't tell by my voice that I am a black man. I just want to state this. For approximately 500 years, lies have gotten my people killed. We went through at least a century of prominent black towns getting destroyed and black people getting killed because of lies. And yet we're sitting here arguing over whether or not the police chief lied, and then her attempts to police her way out of the situation that she, in fact, through her tenure caused. And so I just have two simple questions. To the business people, are you going to begin paying an extra fee for the increased policing that you're asking for? Because I have yet to see the war downtown. The second thing I would like to ask the city is what happened to this community being a place that cared about each other? There's approximately 5 or 6 homeless people downtown that I interacted with. They have no place to go. So when we lock them up and let them out of jail after we give them a ticket for loitering, which they will not be able to pay, where are they going to go? When they come back downtown and camp downtown, if the businesses, especially the ones who continuously spread lies about the homeless people, going to provide them with some housing and, I don't know, places to go when they get out of jail and go right back to the same space? Policing has never worked. It will not work. So our attempts to over-police will only cause more harm. My final thought to this whole process is this. East Lansing pledged a few years that racism was a public health crisis. Do we not believe that anymore? In the face of all that we are doing today, do we not believe that racism is not a public health crisis? I just want to end with this. For all the brown people who like to stand up there and say they believe in what's doing right, I want to caution you to understand that it was people that looked like me who paved the way for you to be able to stand up there and say those things. Black people died because of lies and mistreatment, so other people and other races can stand up and say they have these privileges that we was never afforded and we're still not being afforded. So I caution people when they praise the police and say that you should just follow directions of the police, because plenty of black folks have followed the directions of the police and still end up dead. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Last caller.
There are no other callers on the line.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of public comment. The next item is communications from mayor and council members. Let me start to my left. Councilmember Whalen.
Thank you. First of all, as the weather has gotten more colder, I want to thank the Public Works for getting out there and making our downtown festive. It looks beautiful down there. And also for those at Public Works who took away their Thanksgiving weekend to shovel our snow. Very grateful for that. Also, I want to recognize the many people that do sit on our boards and commissions. As I step into this new role, I really appreciate all they do and their communication and their time and their investment. Lastly, I just want to mention that in the last 5 months, I've learned so much from our community. I've learned so much from the people that are willing to stand up and say something. For the speaker tonight that mentioned the person that was tragically died on Saginaw Street several months ago, it's a tragic situation not only for the pedestrian but also the driver. In my former life, I would be the one sometimes to call the parents of those people that perished. And it's something you'll never forget, and it was something that we carry with us, and I carry with me about how traffic safety is critical and very important in our town. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh.
Yes, again, I want to thank everyone that came out this evening and shared comments on a variety of important topics facing us. A couple of pieces that I want to reference is I know we have ongoing traffic concerns, some of which are on the agenda tonight, and I appreciate the comment recognizing city staff and the continuing engagement to remedy some of those issues. And also want to reference and just remind folks, between the public safety concerns, which we'll have a deeper piece of conversation on the agenda later today, as well as some of the concerns about some of the arrests that took place. I just want to remind folks, in October, council did move forward supporting an independent review of police policy and procedure. So looking forward to the results of that independent review in the coming weeks. So just want to reference again and remind folks that we are pursuing multiple paths here with some of the important and critical issues that are facing this community. So again, thank you for coming out tonight and sharing perspectives and things that we got to maintain, referencing important things that we need to take into account as we face these issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things I want to talk about, but I also want to echo that last comment. I want to thank everybody who showed up for the microphone. Really, this is an important aspect of the work that we do as council members, is to hear from the community. It's easy when we're campaigning because we're knocking on every door and we hear a lot of things told to us, but this microphone is extremely important, meaning that microphone over there, and probably more important than this microphone I'm talking into. I want to thanks for the heads up on Senate Bill 508, 509, and 510, and I'm going to take a look at that tomorrow and see if there's something that we can develop here as well. I want to mention that former council member, former mayor, John Zarnecki, passed away just a short while ago. And just want to pay a little bit of homage to him. When I first ran for council in 1993, he was one of the first people who gave me advice as to what I should be doing, and he kept on giving me advice all the time that I've been on council until just recently. In his in the references to John that have been published recently, I don't think they actually do justice to all of the community service that he actually performed over the years. He was not just a council member, he was a county commissioner. He handled economic development issues all throughout the state of Michigan, and particularly in this region. He was one of the founders, really, of the trail system that is the most used amenity in the city of East Lansing, not just in the city of East Lansing, but in Lansing and all through Ingham County. He was a mayor for, I think, 4 years, and when he left council, he moved on to the county commission, so he stayed in community service. He was a very, very strong supporter of senior programs throughout this entire area. And the last time I talked to him actually was at a fundraiser for the Tri-County Office on Aging. They have a golf fundraiser every year, and I noted that in one of the references to him, he took up golf at age 50, and he was still playing it last year, which was when I talked to him at the fundraiser. I also want to mention that last night about 10:30, I live just off of Abbott Road. My wife said to me, there's a lot of trucks out there on Abbott, and it turns out we had a water main break at that location. We went to bed a little bit later, but I don't necessarily sleep all 8 hours any longer, and so at about 4 o'clock I got up, and our DPW crews were still out there working in the cold to fix that problem. I can't remember, I did fall back asleep. So I have to say that I don't know exactly when they left, but I think that's a tribute to the employees that we have that take care of us on a daily basis, usually in sort of a hidden manner, so it doesn't come to everybody's attention. But I also think that when we talk about our employee appreciation that will be coming up, that every employee of this city is dedicated to making life better for the citizens of this community, and we have to keep that in our thoughts. I also want to talk about the loud exhaust removal here, and I want to just point out a couple of things. Even with the existing language that we have in this particular provision, we have a number of ordinances that apply to loud exhaust. We have, in particular, in Section 2681 of our ordinances, which is titled Unlawful Noise Prohibited, that is not affected by the existing language of the provision that we're going to be taking a look at tonight, that provides specifically that, let me scroll down here a little bit, that a loud exhaust, or the noise from a loud exhaust, is prohibited and can be ticketed. So that could be ticketed even with this provision. I think the confusion with this provision is that it was so broad. It says loud exhaust, and it does not permit it as a ticket with regard to it as the only thing that is written against a owner of a vehicle that's doing that. We have other provisions that can be applied to that as well, that are in our ordinances, and but because of this broad provision, I think that our police officers have been reluctant to write these other tickets. And this is the problem that we're trying to correct. So it isn't about us going back on the idea that we don't want pretextual stops just because somebody has a muffler that is broken. We also want to have permission for our police officers to write tickets where somebody is really doing something to make loud noise in order to annoy people or disturb them. And then I know we had a comment on special use permits here, and I just want to note that our ordinances, we regulate liquor control in this community through a special use permit. And I don't know why special use permit copies wouldn't be provided to an individual who has FOIA'd them, for one thing. I will note that those bars and restaurants that pre-exist the special use permit requirement are grandfathered in and do not have a special use permit. So Beggars, for instance, does not have an SUP. But what used to be Dooley's, which is now Harper's, does, because it was a business that shut down and then was relicensed at a later time. So hopefully you'll get a copy of those special use permits at some point in time, because virtually all of them regulate the noise that could come and outdoor music that can be disturbing. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. John Zernecki, what I'll remember about him is that whenever I talked to him, seemingly he had something smart and persuasive to say in a small number of words, and it was typically when I was knocking on his door during a campaign. And I would take what he said and I would file it away, and I would carry it away and chew on it, and then it would become part of my thinking. And I can't help thinking that that made him probably made him a pretty effective advocate and legislator over the many years he did his work, and I will miss those conversations. I also wanted to mention that if people are interested in the scope of the work that happens behind the scenes at the city, we're going to have a chance to learn a whole lot more about that in the coming months as we do go through the budget cycle. But a good preview is the 2025 fiscal year annual report that is linked to item 2.4 on the agenda. I don't know how much the city manager is going to preview that, but it's 25 pages of bullet point summary of all the stuff that goes on in the city. And I think it's a worthwhile document to scan just to get a sense of all the stuff that goes on that makes our daily lives in the city easily livable. City Manager's Report, Mr. Bellman.
I have a couple items. First, as you mentioned, under my 2.4 is the annual report. So Section 10.9, Independent Audit and Annual Report of the East Lansing City Charter states in relevant part, within 90 days, close of the fiscal year, an annual report of the city businesses shall be published by the city manager in such a form as will disclose pertinent facts concerning the activities and finances of the city government. I'm not going to go into great detail. This was done by the end of September, but took me a little bit of time to review it to get it to you. So we'll get much better on meeting that 90-day time frame. Next week, you will be receiving the city's audit for fiscal year 25. So I'll let the auditors and Audrey get into much greater detail on that. Also, the calendar, which we're hoping to get to print soon, will be distributed, highlights a lot of the city accomplishments and activities that everybody enjoys to read throughout the year. Second item is want to recognize Parks, Recreation, and Arts staff for working to host the Winterfest last Saturday. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into that behind the scenes so that those a few hours that our families, youth come, they can enjoy the activity. So thank you. The last item is city offices are closing this Friday, December 12th at 11:30 a.m. for the employee recognition and holiday celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney's Report, Mr. Jopik.
Yes, thank you. Nothing to report this evening.
Okay, so we are at about 9 o'clock. I anticipate we're about halfway through. Would anybody like to take a recess, or are we okay going? Okay, let's keep on going then. Next item on the agenda is a special presentation. Chief. Welcome, Chief Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Ottman. Hiring the right people is one of the most important responsibilities we have as a police department. We look for individuals who demonstrate integrity, sound judgment, and a genuine commitment to serving others. These officers tonight represent the kind of character and professionalism we want protecting and engaging with our community. I'm pleased to first introduce our new Assistant Chief, Matt Kraft. Assistant Chief began his career in law enforcement right here at the East Lansing Police Department as a police cadet in 1999. He went on to serve the East Lansing Police Department, the Lansing Police Department for 25 years, retiring as a captain after holding a wide range of supervisory roles, including detention, records and FOIA, budgets and grants, policy and accreditation, recruiting and hiring, and patrol and community services. For more than 2 decades, he also led a highly successful Police Explorer program, mentoring and preparing hundreds of local youth for future careers in law enforcement. Assistant Chief Kraft is a proud 2-time Michigan State University graduate with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in law enforcement intelligence. He's also a graduate of Michigan State School of Staff and Command. He's married, has a father of 4 boys, and enjoys MSU sports, watching his sons play soccer, and spending time on the water. We're very excited to welcome him back to the City of East Lansing's Police Department. As I mentioned, it's a given that we love green and white here at East Lansing Police Department, and having 2 MSU grads join the police department recently is a bonus for us. In May, Officer Joey Greenlee joined the police department after graduating with his bachelor's degree in criminal justice and psychology. His love of our campus, its sports, and culture makes him a great fit, and I know he will give back to his community in many different ways. He will do that through protecting and serving the people of East Lansing with honor, integrity, and respect. Officer Giovanni Washington was born and raised in Lansing, Michigan. He began his law enforcement career with the Lansing Police Department, where he served nearly 2 years before joining the East Lansing Police Department. Growing up in poverty and seeing the struggles in his community motivated him to help bridge the gap between officers and civilians, especially young people. He's attended multiple community events already and continues to look for opportunities to engage and support local youth. He's attended Lansing Community College for over 3 years and has plans to continue his education. He's a husband and father to a 2.5-year-old son and has a daughter on the way. Officer Noah Szorek was planning to be with us today, but had a death in his family yesterday. He's from Waterford, Michigan. He went to Grand Rapids Community College where he played baseball. He then went on to attend Western Michigan University. And prior to starting the East Lansing Police Department, he worked in the logistics field. He's an avid baseball fan and loves Detroit Tiger baseball. We will have him back in February when I plan to introduce 3 more new officers. Very exciting. As they begin their positions with the East Lansing Police Department, these individuals will be held to high expectations by me, by their peers, and by the community. They will also have full support of a department that's committed to developing strong, service-minded leaders. Please welcome them in their new roles.
Welcome to Officers Greenlee and Washington and Assistant Chief Kreft. Thank you, Chief Brown. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Mr. Bellman.
4.1, approve a grant agreement between the State of Michigan, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, and the City of East Lansing in the amount of $27,708.27, and authorize the city manager to sign. 4.2 is approve a conditional Class 3 rental license for an occupancy of up to 2 unrelated persons or a family at 793 Tarleton Avenue. The owner of record is Hannah Wen. The legal representative is Tony Wen, Washington, Michigan. 4.3, approve a contract for fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2028, WRRF Instrumentation and Control Services with UIS SCADA, Inc., for a total authorized amount of $75,000, not to exceed $25,000 annually, and authorize city manager to sign. 4.4 is approve a change order with Clark Dietz, formerly RS Engineering LLC, for professional engineering services for the Harrison Road Bridge Deck Rehabilitation Project in an amount of $83,500, and authorize city manager to sign. 4.5 is approve a contract change order number 3 with ML Cartier Excavating, Inc. to reallocate $75,000 of fiscal year 2024-2025 hydrovac water service contract distribution system material inventory, DSMI, and the Drinking Water Asset Management, DWAM, grant via Eagle grant amendment, and authorize the city manager to sign. 4.6 is approve a contract change with Stryker for an ambulance, new ambulance cot mount, stair chair, and Lucas CPR device. Authorize city manager to sign, and a related budget amendment, as well as consideration of a budget amendment for increased internal maintenance charges.
Thank you. Would any council member like an item removed from the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented by the city manager.
Thank you. Motion by Singh, second by Whalen. Any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 5.1, a public hearing for substantial amendments to the City of East Lansing's Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, including amending the scope of work for the fiscal year 2026 CDBG sidewalk project and reallocating $170,000 from the City of East Lansing's homeowner rehabilitation program in the amount of $70,000 and unprogrammed CDBG funding in the amount of $100,000 to sidewalk and ADA curb cut improvements at the East Lansing Hannah Community Center. Mr. Apostle.
Good evening, Council. Matt Apostle, Community and Economic Development Specialist here with the City of East Lansing. Tonight I am here to speak with you, as the Mayor stated, about two proposed substantial amendments to East Lansing's Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, budget. For those who may not be familiar, CDBG is a federal grant the city receives annually from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that benefits low to moderate income East Lansing residents and neighborhoods. Each year, the city of East Lansing receives somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 in CDBG funding. At least that's been over the past 5 to 10 years. Per the city's CDBG Citizen Participation Plan, a substantial amendment is required anytime staff would like to create a new activity, change the scope or location of an existing activity, or move funds greater than 10% of our annual CDBG budget from one activity to another. Given that, the First Amendment is required due to a change in location, specifically for the fiscal year 2026 iteration of our CDBG sidewalk project, which has been an annual project where we repair and replace ADA curb cuts at various intersections throughout the city. DPW staff have asked us to change the location from the originally proposed locations because the city has a Clean Water State Revolving Fund project that is now scheduled for those proposed locations in 2029 that will require that those ADA ramps are replaced again. So to avoid doing the same intersections 2 times within a 5-year period, we are proposing that we would change those locations for the fiscal year 2026 project to along Bailey Street between Beach Street and Ann Street. Then the Second Amendment involves the reallocation of a total of $170,000, $70,000 of which from the home rehab program and $100,000 from CDBG unprogrammed funding to make comprehensive sidewalk and ADA curb cut improvements right here at the East Lansing Hanna Community Center. This amendment would still leave enough funding for approximately one individual to still receive the homeowner rehabilitation services. And it also ensures that we keep our CDBG funding moving in line with the with HUD's requirements related to the timely expenditure of CDBG funding. Attached to your agenda item report is a map showing the proposed improvements at the Hanna Community Center. This was drafted up in collaboration between the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Arts and the Department of Public Works, and the DPW does believe that the total of $170,000 should be sufficient for completing this project. As council is aware, since this was originally presented in October, there was a public comment period in advance of this public hearing that was held from October 30th to December 1st. No public comments were received during that period. Per the city's Citizen Participation Plan, council is able to take action following this public hearing tonight. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Questions for Mr. Apostle? I do have a question. I'm looking at the schematic for the sidewalks in the Hanna parking lot. Are those going to be raised sidewalks? Or are those just going to be ordinary sidewalks?
I am unsure.
Or crossings, I mean the crossings across the road.
You mean a raised crosswalk?
Raised crosswalk.
I would defer to the East Lansing Department of Public
Okay.
Works.
Yep.
I can speak to that. Stephen Clayton with DPW. That is, raised crosswalks are not part of that plan currently.
Okay. And then, actually, the other question that might also be for DPW, I'm looking at the crosswalk across the street as it comes in, and there's a ramp on the east side. It seems to sort of dead end into some, I'm not quite sure what it dead ends into. It may be that I'm looking at something that's in the shade, so I'm not parsing it correctly. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the schematic is that you're looking at. We are kind of developing those plans.
Okay.
But the idea is that the sidewalk would be connected from that walk here by the street, kind of cross both
Yep.
entrances and connect into the sidewalk here in front of the building.
Mayor, if I may, I am looking at the schematic now, and yes,
Yep.
it is a shaded area, but it is sidewalk, so it would
Okay.
be connecting essentially Abbott Road directly to the entrance to the community center.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing, so unless there's any further questions, I will declare the public hearing on this matter open. If anybody would like to address this issue, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Discussion and/or motions?
I'll make a motion that we amend the scope of work for the FY 2026 CDBG sidewalk project, which will provide for new sidewalk ramps from the following intersections: Elm Street and Center Street, Oak Street and Center Street, Elm Street and Beale Street, Oak Street and Beale Street, Lewis Street and Elm Place to the following intersections: Beach Street and Bailey Street, Elizabeth Street and Bailey Street, Linden Street and Bailey Street, Sycamore Street and Bailey Street, Ann Street and Bailey Street, and also reallocate $70,000 from the City of East Lansing homeowner rehab program and $100,000 from currently unprogrammed CDBG funding, a total of $170,000 to sidewalk and ADA curb cut improvements at the East Lansing Hannah Community Center.
Thank you. Motion by Meadows, second by Singh. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apostle. 6.1 on our business agenda is consideration of the proposed Harrison Road Rehabilitation Phase 2 design recommendations as prepared and presented by Spicer Group, Inc. to improve the visibility and navigability of the mid-block crossing on Harrison Road at Glencairn Elementary School. Mr. Lacasse, Mr. Naderquill, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Ron Lacasse, Director of Public Works and Environmental Services. As the mayor mentioned, with me is Mike Niederquill from Spicer Group. Also in the audience is Stephen Clayton, the engineering administrator. As most of you are aware, DPW issued an RFP for design services for Harrison Road between Grand River and Saginaw Street. This contract was approved by council on June 17th of 2025 and was awarded design in 3 phases. Phase 1 took place. Again, short-term solutions that we could make improvements to the Harrison crosswalk at Glencairn before school started this past year. That was completed. And then phase 2 of the project kicked off on September 8th, which was for Spicer Group to analyze the intersection or the roadway from South Lawn to Saginaw for permanent longer-term solutions that could both reinforce the speed limit and make the pedestrian crossing at Glencairn School safer. That would be incorporated in the final design of the whole corridor, which is phase 3 of the project. So here we're to talk about the results of that effort. And for that, I'll turn it over to Mike, who will go over the report.
And if I could just ask both of you to pull your microphones as close as you can to help people hear. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ron. On the presentation, on the slide right now is a little presentation we did for this phase 2. As Ron said, we started this project back in June with phase 1. I was here on July 15th to present the findings of that phase 1 with Ron then. All those items from phase 1 were implemented by the city the end of August before school started. So as we recommended, just a little short recap, phase 1 items that we recommended were immediate and short-term items that could be done before school started. So all that was done. Permanent pavement markings were added to the street. White edge lines did not exist before along this roadway. You've got 11-foot lanes, curb and gutter. We recommended adding the edge lines for extra emphasis and to attempt to control some speeds and slow cars down with the narrower feel of the roadway. We increased the center line pavement marking width from 4-inch yellow to 6-inch yellow, again to add extra emphasis to the roadway. Permanent signing was upgraded, specifically at the school crossing. Regulatory warning and school crossing school signs was upgraded in August. We have some other upgrades from Grand River to Saginaw that we'll recommend with phase 3. Speed feedback radar sign has been used in the past and was reinstituted here for as part of phase 1. A cross or a street light at the crosswalk was added by Lansing Department of Board and Water and Light. So that's a summary of what was done in phase 1 at the end of August in preparation for the school year. So here's a quick picture of the crossing pre any improvements. The pavement markings were a little old and tattered. There were no edge lines. The center line was the old yellow standard. The school crossing signs were honestly substandard. And the Pentagon school children crossing sign, that sign's been old for quite some time, meaning the crosswalk lines on there have not been current highway standard for over 15 years, if not 20 years. So all the signing and everything you see here was upgraded and replaced. The next slide shows the new configuration after the August improvements. You can see the brand new edge lines, the brand new center line, the crosswalk, the special emphasis crosswalk was reconstituted. The permanent signing is now standard following the manual uniform traffic control devices. So this was an improvement that was done for school. Next slide. So once school began, now we could start the phase 2 study. So with the phase 2 study, when school was in session, we waited for traffic to calm down and didn't start, the first week of school. We waited till the week of September 9th to do that study. So we studied vehicles and we studied pedestrians. So from a vehicle perspective, we collected traffic volumes, 24-hour counts, segregated in 15-minute increments. We also took classification data. Was it simple cars? Was it motorcycles? Was it pickup trucks? Was it trailers, semi-truck trailers? How many axles? All that data was captured, as well as speed data. Speeds are in 5 mile per hour increments in those 15-minute buckets as well. We set out 4 counters, 2 south of South Lawn and 2 north of North Lawn. So we're studying the crosswalk area north of North Lawn at the elementary school, and we're studying a random spot south of South Lawn. Pedestrians, we reviewed a 1-hour block during the morning school drop-off and a 1-hour block during the afternoon school pickup to count the pedestrians that were using the crosswalk north of North Lawn and also the one west of North Lawn. That data for both the vehicles and the pedestrians will come in handy here in a minute when we look at the crossing alternatives that we can recommend. Another item that we were tasked with was reviewing the vertical curve, the hill south of North Lawn Avenue. There were complaints that that's a dangerous situation with the crosswalk with the school, visibility concerns. So we collected topography data for the entire roadway from Grand River to Saginaw, right-of-way to right-of-way. So we have the data, all the elevations, and all the features within the right-of-way. So we were able to, review that vertical curve there. Crash review with projects. We do a 3-year crash review. We study all the crashes within the corridor from Grand River to Saginaw. There weren't that many crashes, honestly, in the entire corridor. The majority of the crashes were at the signalized intersections, meaning the MDOT intersections at Grand River, the MDOT intersection at Saginaw. There was 1 crash at the North Lawn intersection. It was a southbound car and an eastbound car. So it had nothing to do with the hill, nothing to do with the crosswalk. The car just pulled out in front of an oncoming car. Review of trucks. So this is a neighborhood street. It's 25 miles an hour. It is a major street, narrow lanes, 11-foot lanes. If you were going to rebuild this, total reconstruction, MDOT would suggest they use 12-foot lanes. 11-foot lanes is allowable on the roadway. It's allowable with the rehabilitation that is proposed with Phase 3. But in light of the neighborhood, in light of the situation with, historic, you've got very large trees, you've got, retaining walls, rock walls, you've got sidewalk, you've got school crossing. So all these features that make up the neighborhood street, the through street, the major street, but we've got trucks on the street. So we were asked to review trucks along the roadway. I'll have a slide with that in a minute. So phase 2, all this kind of came together for this phase 2 study. Next slide. So back to the counts. So the bottom axis here, the horizontal axis, is vehicle counts. Both directions, northbound, southbound on Harrison, per the major hour. So we're going to take and we're going to plot a line. It's around the 700 number, and then the pedestrians are on the vertical axis, the left axis, and what is the number of pedestrians in that 1 hour. And we find that the intersection of the two red lines is the blue triangle. That's where we're at on this roadway. So what does that mean? So on this graph, we can deduct that a rapid rectangular flashing beacon, and I've got a slide in a minute that will show what that is allowable because the data point is above the gray lines but lower than the black line. So a rapid rectangular flashing beacon is qualified. The colored lines, meaning blue, green, yellow, red, those are lines that represent a hawk, which is a pedestrian hybrid beacon, which is meant to stop traffic, go from all dark to yellow to red, pedestrians cross the road. That is not recommended for this roadway crossing. Like I mentioned, Harrison Road has 11-foot lanes, so that's a 22-foot long crosswalk from curb line to curb line. The yellow lines are for wider roads, more like your 5-lane roads, your 6, 7-lane roads. So the volumes, the traffic volumes, the pedestrian volumes, and the geometry do not satisfy the requirements for a hawk signal at this location. Hawk was requested by the group here. Next slide, please. So here's a picture of a rapid rectangular flashing beacon. Between the Pentagon school crossing sign and the down arrow sign is the warning device, the flashing yellow beacon, which is activated by when a pedestrian pushes a button, and that is a warning device that is for pedestrian safety. So that is recommended this crossing, rapid rectangular flashing beacon. Next slide. So speaking about the trucks a little bit more, as I mentioned, lane widths, sidewalk proximity, speed limits, location of the school, the vertical hill, all this kind of plays into maybe we should do something about the trucks on this roadway. So like I mentioned, classifications, 1 through 13 are your spectrum of cars to the largest truck ever. Class 8 is where the truck goes to a truck trailer situation. Class 7 and less are single units. Obviously there's, you can make a discussion that, well, maybe we should ban all trucks, but, do you really want to ban the UPS truck and the FedEx truck and things that are needed for, daily use? So, is back in October, City Council was recommended Class 8 and above. There's no specific engineering guidance that says if you have this, then thou must do this, meaning from a speed limit, an ADT, a classification, road widths, that tie to the different classifications. So Class 8 did seem like a fair splitting point. Like I mentioned, single units at 7 and less, trailer, truck combinations 8 and greater. That seemed like a good breaking point too. Did we lose our presentation? There we go.
Great. Thank you.
We can go to the next slide, please. So another recommendation with the Phase 2 study is called optical speed bars. So there are additional pavement markings that are placed along each edge of the roadway as you're moving forward. So in this case, you would utilize them northbound as you're coming down the hill towards the pedestrian crossing. The speed bars are placed closer together as you proceed forward to give the illusion that you're driving faster. A good technique for speed control. Next slide, please. Another recommendation with this phase is adding yield triangles to the pavement. Again, they're pavement markings. They're commonly known as shark teeth in the engineering world because they resemble shark teeth, triangular shark teeth. So placed on the pavement across the roadway to give a little bit more guidance to the vehicles where they should be stopping in advance of the crosswalk, and give a little bit more emphasis to the crosswalk and a little bit more of a pedestrian zone feel to the crosswalk. So a little bit extra emphasis. This is recommended as well. Next slide, please. Another item that we recommended is an overhead crosswalk sign. So this example here is on what's called a mast arm. So it's a steel pole with a steel cantilevered arm, and the sign is hung off that arm. So this sign could be a simple plywood or aluminum sign that's reflectorized, or it could be an illuminated sign like some other street name signs at major intersections. So one option is the steel poles. Another option are simple wood poles with the simple span wire supporting the crosswalk signs. So this again adds emphasis to the crosswalk. Next slide. Another item to be recommended here is a raised crosswalk. So this is where the sidewalk is flush across the roadway. The curb and gutter is not carried through. The curb and gutter is bisected. So this would function as, it is not a speed bump. It is a raised crosswalk. It is designed with approaches and tables to carry traffic over it. However, it does have some downsides. Obviously, people may try and use it as a fun speed, try to get air thing, which is obviously not a safe situation. Another downside of a raised crosswalk is the potential for noise. If you've got dump trucks that are empty and they're driving over it, there's going to be bump, 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 bump. Their tailgate's going to slap against the truck and cause noise. You know, trailers that are hauling, you know, anything are going to cause noise. So this is, you know, right in front of the school and right in front of residential properties. So there is that concern about the added noise to do the crosswalk. However, this does provide safety elements to pedestrians. It does provide traffic calming features to you know, the speeds. It does have a crash reduction factor of about 45%, more of a crash reduction factor than simply a pedestrian island, which is going to come up here in a second. But the refuge island crash reduction factor was only 32% as compared to this one at 45%. MSU's campus does have a couple of these. This is from MSU's campus here. Next slide. So in summary, phase 2, here's a list of the recommendations. We're going to keep the optical speed feedback sign, keep the 6-inch centerline pavement markings, keep the 6-inch edge line pavement markings, install the rapid rectangular flashing beacon, restrict the trucks to class 8 and greater, install the optical speed bar pavement markings, install the yield triangle pavement markings, install the overhead crosswalk sign, and install the raised crosswalk. Those are the recommendations for phase 2. Next slide. So additional considerations. The pedestrian refuge island is not recommended. It's an option. It's not recommended. A couple reasons why. So you're coming down the hill, you're northbound, you're approaching the crossing, you're going to have to do the lane transition. You'd have to taper out towards the sidewalk, towards the right-of-way line. Totally doable within the roadway. Remove some curb, remove some sidewalk, push the sidewalk back, extend the curbs. It would all be geometrically possible. The only concern is that downhill traffic, and it's a 6% downhill grade on the winter icy roads like we probably have out there tonight. You're heading north, and yeah, you've got to make that taper, but if you start skidding and sliding, you can't turn very well when you're skidding. You would go right into the crosswalk. So a benefit of the crosswalk is you only have to cross one lane at a time. Cross the 11-foot lane, you have a crosswalk median area to be. Cross the next lane when that traffic clears. Like I said, the downside is on icy conditions. Second additional consideration, there you go, there's a picture of you can go back to the next slide. This is on Hagedorn, sorry, that was installed. Now this is a slightly different situation because Hagedorn is a 3-lane road, so this median refuge island takes the place of an area that's already there. On Harrison, you'd have to widen each side, like I mentioned, to accommodate an island. Thank you. If you can go back to the next slide. Previous. An additional warning beacon in advance of the crossing isn't recommended, but it's an option that can be done. So that's simply a flashing beacon, and I've got a slide in a little bit that shows that, a picture of that. It would go in advance over a warning sign, could go over the school sign, could go over the intersection sign, but just to provide emphasis. It could be linked to the rapid rectangular flashing beacon, could be linked to a hawk or whatever crossing was put up there. A couple other things not recommended: centerline corrugations. So centerline corrugations are done by MDOT on highways to curb or control lane departures, meaning somebody crossing the center line of the road, and meant to deter head-on collisions. There's not a problem with head-on collisions on Harrison. The perceived problem was the crosswalk. So center line corrugations, there's no use, so they're not recommended here. Transverse rumble strips, you'll see them on the freeway as you're approaching a work zone. There'll be a series of plastic bars across the road that meant to wake you up and, oh, hey, I'm coming up to something, slow you down. But again, on Harrison Road, it's a neighborhood scenario. The noise for your neighboring properties is a perceived issue with rumble strips. Like I said, cutting down the vertical curve, the hill was reviewed, and the hill has more than twice the sight distance required for a roadway of its classification, speed, and traffic. More than twice of the sight distance is already available from the hill to the crosswalk. So cutting the hill down is not going to gain you any benefit in terms of the crosswalk, and then you're going to run into other items, meaning utilities, underground, gas main, water main. You would lower the cover, you would lose cover that is needed in the winter in Michigan, so those pipes don't freeze. And lowering that hill would also, do damage to those beautiful old historic trees as well. Next slide. Again, this is the refuge island. Here's the, thank you, next slide. The beacon that I mentioned that could go over. It's kind of blocked right now by the own picture. That's perfect placement. On top of that sign is a optical flashing yellow beacon. Next slide. So the neighborhood meeting we had back on November 10th at Glencairn was attended by 28 or 29 individuals. So some less desirable feedback we received at that meeting was the pedestrian refuge island. People were not in favor of, like I mentioned, the cars coming down the hill at pedestrians sitting in the middle. They felt just a sitting duck waiting in the middle of the roadway. The overhead crosswalk sign, for whatever reason, didn't seem to receive popular feedback. And I'm not sure that I can attribute that to anything other than maybe they just didn't understand that.
And I think the concern there was overabundance of sign clutter to kind of overdo it kind of thing was the feedback.
The more desirable items from the neighborhood meeting was the raised crosswalk, and I say enhanced crosswalk. So pavement markings on the enhanced crosswalk are you can do longitudinal and transverse, so it's like double pavement markings for the crosswalk. Years ago, they weren't maybe necessarily recommended. In the new manual uniform traffic control devices, they are an option. So that's fair game as well to do both horizontal or longitudinal and transverse, I should say. A couple other things that were discussed: enforcement, and that's great to see, some new officers coming online here with the city. Enforcement's a problem with every community at every level, but that was discussed at the neighborhood meeting. And then the bus stop right at the crossing is another feature. That does the bus stop need to be there? And I know DPW has reached out to CADA to inquire about the appropriateness of the location, but just having so much stuff going on at the one spot, do we really need a bus stop there? Obviously, we want pedestrians to cross the roadway safely, and maybe that's not the best spot for the bus stop. Next slide. November 12th, we attended the Transportation Commission, and on the slides, some feedback we received at that meeting. Their recommendations were for all of our standard and enhanced recommendations. Their thought was to restrict the trucks down to the Class 7 and larger. They liked the idea of changing the pedestrian island to the raised crosswalk. And they wanted to make sure that any overhead signing that was recommended could be converted, later on to a hawk or to something else. So, and those can be done. The mast arms for the crosswalk could be used for a mast arm for a hawk. Wood poles for a crosswalk sign could be used for wood poles for a hawk. So that is all transferable equipment. Next slide. That's the phase 2 of the summary, and like Ron said, phase 3 is implementation and roadway improvements from Grand River to Saginaw.
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, I had a question about the overhead cross. So how close would that pole be to the roadway? The poles on the sides?
So you would put that pole between the curb and the sidewalk, which that green space is probably 6 feet plus or minus off the top of my head. Okay. And you've got a light pole behind the curb that's, if we go back all the way to the second picture in the slide, we can see the light pole on the right side of the pavement.
Right, I know where it's at.
Yeah, right there.
So also, would this be a big penny situation? How tall would it be?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, sorry. Would it be tall enough to where we can get all the trucks underneath it and the trucks aren't going to hit it, right?
Yes.
So my other concern is, so let's say somebody does slide off the side of the road and hits it. Things happen, right? Is that going to be a danger if kids are standing around that this thing is now falling in the area? I guess I'm just not as big a fan of the overhead mark as I am, and I'm sorry that I'm Johnny-come-lately here because I just showed up. And I went to the meeting and I had to leave before the end. So is that a concern? So bad things happen if that pole, somebody hits that pole and it's just a pole it's the issue, okay? But then we have a kind of a bigger issue that's going to be falling into the street with kids on both sides. I don't know. Is that a concern?
So the pole would be breakaway, like most items
The
along
pole
the road.
across the top.
The mast arm attached to the pole. The pole base is breakaway. I guess I'm not sure how the, vertical and horizontal attachment of that cantilever arm, what happens when that falls, but.
So I guess my question is, could we have a motion, and again, I'm Johnny come lately, could we have a motion that approves everything but has some kind of flexibility for DPW, and if that end up not being a desirable thing, that would not have to be put in?
The other option are two wood poles with a span wire. You'll see that
Right.
if you're familiar with Hazlitt Road, just east of Hagedorn.
Right.
We have signs over the road that way, and that wouldn't have the mast arm over the pavement.
Right, I'm just saying, couldn't you have the flexibility to adjust the plan based on a motion? If it's determined later on that, okay, you're going to change that to this other type of overhead sign.
Yes, right now the recommendation is just for the overhead sign. We're not asking council to weigh in on the specific
Okay, great.
mounting or
That's-
location of
that
poles.
was my question then.
Further questions?
I'd like to make a motion if there's not.
That would be great.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed Harrison Road Rehabilitation Phase Number 2 design recommendations as prepared and presented by Spicer Group, Inc., to include, number 1, install rapid rectangular flashing beacon, RRFB. Number 2, to upgrade the remainder of the regulatory school and warning signs within the roadway section to meet current MMUTCD standards. Number 3, install lighted overhead crosswalk signage for increased visibility and emphasis. Number 4, keep the optical speed feedback radar signs near the school crossing to help alert motorists to excessive speeds. Number 5, maintain the 6-inch width, center line, and edge line pavement markings. Number 6, install a raised crosswalk at the mid-block crossing on Harrison Road in front of Glencairn Elementary School. And number 7, install an additional warning beacon north of the South Lawn Avenue intersection for northbound traffic, which is synchronized with the RRFB so it is visible in advance of the hill.
Motion by Whalen, second by Singh. Any further discussion? Would you
I'd
care
like to say I'm impressed with the amount of work that's gone into this. I hope that we are looking at the other crosswalks in the district also, because now everybody wants to be a Glencairn person. I think it's impressive the amount of work that you've done and the Spicer Group and our city staff to allow people to be safe. I have actually worked that crosswalk many times, and it has been completely undesirable how it had been in the past. And a lot of people talked about it, but it hasn't been done, and I'm very impressed with the progress here.
Further discussion? I will say I'm a little concerned about the noise with the raised crosswalk. So I'm just saying that because we may have to be on alert for some feedback that especially residents nearby might suffer some consequences from that. But I think we should move ahead. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the vote is on the motion as read by Councilmember Whalen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Item 6.2 is first reading and referral to the Planning Commission of Ordinance 1555, an amendment to the zoning ordinance which would establish an R01 rental restriction overlay district within the Harvard Cowley neighborhood. Mr. Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor. Landon Bartley, Principal Planner. Yes, this request is to introduce and refer an ordinance to create an overlay district, a rental restriction overlay district in Harvard-Cowley. So rental restriction overlay districts are an overlay district that can be proposed by a neighborhood that would, if adopted, restrict the issuance of any new initial rental licenses in that neighborhood. So this neighborhood unit is about 18 addresses and is proposing an RO1 rental restriction overlay district, which essentially says no new licenses whatsoever. The reason that this introduction or referral is before you today is because the introduction step is significant. Normally, the introduction step of an ordinance is just a consent item and goes to the Planning Commission. But for rental restriction overlay districts, once the item is introduced, there is put in place a moratorium on the issuance of any new rental licenses during while that, I guess, overlay district is pending. So if you move to introduce and refer this item to Planning Commission, and I suggest you do as a rote step, but if you do that tonight, then there will be a moratorium in place that would not allow any new licenses in this area. Can answer any questions.
Thank you for that background. Any questions, Mr. Bartley? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to refer to the Planning Commission Ordinance 1555, which is an amendment to the zoning ordinance, which would establish an RO1 rental restriction overlay district within the Harvard-Cowley neighborhood.
Second.
Moved by Meadows, second by Whalen. That is not quite the language in the recommendation on the agenda item report.
That's on the agenda, so I think
Slightly more detailed language in the...
You would want that? Just a second then.
Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, if I may, I think that it's implicit in the motion, but just want to confirm that it includes the introduction of the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is that sufficient from your perspective?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Moved by Meadows, second by Whalen. Thank you. Any discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Next item is 6.3, first reading of ordinance 1557 that would amend Chapter 49, Wetland Protection of the City Code. Mr. Walls, welcome.
Good evening. Cliff Walls, DPW Environmental. I have a lot of information that I briefed, and so I can go as in-depth verbally as you would like to or not. But in summary, this is an effort that's been going on for like 3 years or so from the Commission on the Environment to modernize the wetland protection ordinance. A lot of this was recommended by our wetland consultant who works throughout the state and wanted us to, just make some housekeeping updates. A lot of that is just basically updating, DEQ to Eagle. As you see on the memo, there's 5 kind of significant changes, or varying significance, but one was also to add wetland mitigation as an option. This is something that is not required to be taken. The Commission on the Environment or Council can choose whether that option is viable or not for any particular option. There's actually not even any wetland banks in our sub-watershed or watershed at all. I think the closest one is the Kalamazoo River watershed. So it's not necessarily likely to be utilized, but it's something that is nice to have in there for the unique situations where that may be advantageous to the city. Improved vegetation protection, it was just a little bit murky in there that, for example, the way it was written, it would be difficult to go into a wetland area to remove invasive species. But at the same time, it made it kind of, it was a gray area on how trees were treated. And even though the trees would be likely protected under our tree protection ordinance, it's nice to have the clarity of that protection within the actual wetland ordinance itself. Wetland mitigation design and performance measures, this is something that we use informally or formally, but it's not been written or codified in the past. And so the addition of that basically allows us and developers to have some clarity of what we're expecting, the performance of mitigative efforts that they, put in place, can have clear goals of their performance, and giving us both benchmarks to go against. And then another one, or the final major change, is not quite so major, but it's I think good for clarity for applicants and for the city. When you have a big development like a Costco coming in, and they've had their wetland consultants looking at this place for a year plus before they've decided that it's a viable project. So they have someone on a retainer who does that work. They go out there, delineate, and then when they engage the city, we go out and verify the findings of their consultant. Our consultant is working in the interest of our public, and they have the final say. It provides us both a chance, the city and the developer, to take a look at the situation. For a lot of these, not a lot, but some of these applicants, they're not a Costco that has a wetland consultant on a retainer. It's HVAC company who's trying to expand and add a storage shed in their back of their parcel. And their existing requirement as written would require them to hire their own wetland consultant, perform that verification, submit it to us, to then hire someone to do the same work and then bill them for that. In the past, we have informally just allowed them to skip the process of hiring their own consultant and just taking the word of ours, just to save them money. It doesn't provide any benefit to the city to have that duplication. It's more of a function, as I mentioned, these larger developments, typically there's someone on a retainer who's done this previously. But we changed the language to make it obvious and clear to applicants that if they want to just use the city's consultant, pay for that expense plus the 5% that we charge, they can do that to save themselves money, save time. And it happens fairly often, enough to where we should just codify it. And that was a recommendation of our wetland consultant as well. This has been reviewed by a subcommittee of the Commission on the Environment, which also had at 1.3, now 2 members that are regulators for Eagle in the wetland division. So we had some pretty good eyes on this and pretty confident that this is a good direction.
Questions for staff? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve ordinance 1557 for first reading and advance for second reading and possible adoption.
Moved by Meadows, second by Singh. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Walls, again, I believe.
Yep.
First reading of ordinance 1558 that would amend section 6-172-302.4, weeds and plants of the city code.
There's a lot of information here too. Happy to answer any of the specifics, but just for knowing me, probably not super brief summary. This is an attempt by the Commission on the Environment to satisfy the friction that exists between our efforts to encourage native plantings, pollinator plantings, and the community concerns of property neglect, or a property owner referencing true property neglect as a purposeful native landscape, or trying to prevent neglect from being identified and allowed under this, I guess, facade that it is purposeful and natural. The background of this is we've heard a lot from people over the last 3 years. The council has. There's been multiple people come up to the podium, express that they've had enforcement from PACE that was confusing to them. We've had emails to the commission, comments to the commission. Largely, there's a perception that the existing weeds definition is fairly broad, and that there's the perception that it opens the city for it's open to being interpreted differently, subjectively, and there's that perception that the enforcement may be inconsistent property to property. Those concerns prompted the Commission on the Environment to create a subcommittee to look into this. We actually also worked with a U of M Graham Sustainability Institute fellow who had looked into what other communities were doing, some other language that exists out there, and just trying to identify best practices in this space. And there was a recommendation from the Commission to request of council to direct, I don't know the correct language, but ask the council to direct the city attorney to draft language that was recommended by the commission. That was in April. There's a transition with city attorney, so there's a delay in that. But that's basically what I'm doing here is presenting the results of that legal review. There were some changes from the original presentation that we made in April to the city council. At that time, there was concerns about the initial proposal being a little too vague to be enforceable or to be able to, to be very easy to challenge in court. And so the proposed update line or a subsection in this memo, the bold underline text is reflective of the addition to the existing ordinance language. What this is doing is adding native garden or native lawn area as an exemption to the definition of weeds. And then there's specific clarity that, or a definition of what a native garden or native lawn area is. And that's specifically the planting of species of grass or wildflowers native to southern lower Michigan, which are purposefully cultivated to exceed 6 inches in height in a clearly delimited area of the parcel. Specifically excluded from this definition are noxious grasses and weeds and turf grass that are non-native to the region. No area of vegetation that results from neglect or failure to maintain shall constitute a native garden or native lawn area. And that's pretty long, but it's some boilerplate that we received from a nationwide expert in this kind of stuff, actually. And so it wasn't something that we came up with on our own, but it is something that passed legal review and I think solves a lot of the community concerns with neglect, but also provides that flexibility for residents to install native lawns. And I've gone on way longer than I promised I would, so I'll stop there and continue as requested.
Questions for Mr. Walls? Mr. Whalen?
Got a question. So this does pass. I don't think that the enforcers, PACE, will be an expert on, because one man's weeds is another one's garden, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means, could someone from your office be a part of that process?
So the plan or the idea from the commission would be to create visual guidance that would go on the website. I would have a reference in here to maybe council instructing staff to create a policy document, and we could do a number of things. There's from U of M or MSU plant list, that they consider native to this region, something that is a definitive source of, okay, what could be used to be defined as native plant garden. And to be clear, the definition would still include garden, ornamental gardens as well. The specific goal of referencing plants that are native to southern lower Michigan would be to prevent someone from allowing an invasive weed to grow in their parcel to a level that is, considered a nuisance, and then using the ordinance to claim that is native. We'd have to have something specific that says, like, here's the definitive list. This is an invasive species. You can't really call it a native garden, but it's meant to try to delicately thread the needle on that, general reasonable care and intentionality that is behind a true native space versus one that is the result of pure neglect.
Right. So again, I don't know that the PACE officers are going to know if this is a PACE issue, that they're going to know what plants are what.
Yeah. So that would be the idea, is to create a policy document that would help, for guidance for me to
your
help
office
them.
will be the expert, right?
Probably.
I just don't want someone cited for something because they think, oh, no, there's nothing, everything's invasive here. And these people are like, no, this is appropriate stuff. I'm just saying it may be a pretty difficult thing for our enforcement arms.
Yeah.
And I know just because somebody complains doesn't mean it's against the rules, right?
Correct.
So could there be a cooperation with your office because I think you're the expert. I know that you're the experts.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be. What you're pointing to is going to be a challenge. It's a challenge that exists already with this issue too. So I think having an ordinance in place that provides that clarity, and then policy documents and visual guidance that kind of, provides not just the enforcers that level of, understanding, the baseline understanding, but then residents giving them some clarity about what they can expect is allowable. There's some images on our website, or I think they've been removed now, but that show nuisance lawn, and they're.
I think the education piece is really important too. You're right.
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion around this space, and the more we can just kind of like provide visual guidance and clear, definitive resources to reference, I think the better off we are. And to answer your question, yes, would help with that.
So I want to follow up on that question. So this is the first reading. By the time of the second reading, would it be reasonable to ask you to touch base with PACE and maybe develop a plan for how to make sure that these regulations are enforced as they're intended and in a way that's fair to residents and that PACE can wrap their heads around?
Yeah.
I think that would be helpful. And if there's action that we need to take, like directing staff to develop a policy document, that'd be helpful to have on our next agenda when we do the second reading. My question was, I'm sorry, were there other questions? My question was, how do you define neglect or failure to maintain? Maybe that's a question for the city attorney.
Sure, I'll try to tackle that one. It goes to the enforcement aspect of this as well, and yes, there are challenges there. I think neglect is tied to the language in the ordinance that talks about purposefully cultivated. So to achieve the goal of native plants, if there is evidence that there are invasive species in there that are documented, building evidence showing that this property is not being maintained and cultivated in a manner that removes the non-native species, we have a sign of neglect. We have a sign of this is not an intentional and purposeful effort to have a native garden or a native lawn. This is just neglect, and it gets down to the proof that we assemble through the lists of what are the native species in southern lower Michigan, and that is evidence as well. So we build the evidence to show that is actually neglect and a nuisance condition on this property as opposed to a carefully, purposefully cultivated native garden.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Can I add one more bit of context? I know
Yes.
you're going to do what you're going to do anyways, but the impetus for this was that No Mow May was a Band-Aid.
Yep.
It was really good for the community to get the conversation started, and that's the real benefit. No Mow May is it's a conversation starter. The ecological impact of it is constrained by the fact that it's mostly growing turf grass and it's only a month long. But the existing ordinance required that kind of temporary pause in enforcement. And what's envisioned here is something that is more long-term, beneficial, and then therefore a No Mow May would be less necessary. So that would be something that would be up to the council, but part of the vision of the commission was that No Mow May was the launch pad. It got people interested. It got people talking. This is more meaningful. It's the next step, and it replaces the need for something like that.
So this is an off-ramp for No Mow May.
Yeah, well, I would say more than an off-ramp. It would be, elevating
Yeah.
the.
No, this is great. This is something that I asked the commission for,
Yeah.
a while ago, and I think this is progress. Yeah, please.
So the benefit the benefit of walking all the doors, I had two botanists who expressed that they're very concerned about dandelions being kind of not a helpful, it's like the junk food for the bees type of thing. Is that something that you would weigh in on at some point, or the benefits and the costs of the?
Well, that's kind of the impetus is like a lot of what's growing right now, like what makes up the majority of the forage that's provided by No Mow May is lower value than something like a curated native plant garden that has diversity, that is, native to the area. Dandelions are, brought over, well integrated now. But yeah, that's the challenge with No Mow May is it's limited in its actual real world impact. It's that social awareness that really provides the meaningful impact. I don't know if that answered your question, but that is something that we definitely acknowledge.
And the bees love my backyard because there's lots of flowers.
Yeah.
Any further questions or discussion? I will move to approve ordinance 1558 for first reading and advance it for second reading and possible adoption.
Support.
Motion by Altman, second by Meadows. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Item 6.5, consideration of traffic control order 501 for the installation of stop signs at the intersection of Rosewood Avenue and South Lawn Avenue. Welcome back.
Good evening, Council. Ron Lacoste, Director of Public Works and Environmental Services. And with me at the table is Kyle Reedsma, the traffic engineer for Fishbeck. And also in the audience is Stephen Clayton from the engineering department. So we received a request to look at the intersection of Rosewood Avenue and South Lawn Avenue for stop signs. And we used Fishbeck to do that analysis according to the Michigan Manual of Traffic Control Devices, which is the set of standards that traffic control devices are to conform to per the Michigan Vehicle Code and are adopted by the city through ordinance. In general, stop sign evaluations consist of an engineering study to determine if the stop signs are justified in a particular location or intersection or otherwise known as being warranted. I'm not going to go through or have the consultant go through all the details of the report, but we did present this at the Transportation Commission on October 20th. And they also recommended not installing the stop sign, but did further motion that other solutions, including education, enforcement, and other engineering solutions be explored by the city in a timely manner. And to that end, we have already reached out to the Glencairn neighborhood president and met with Peter Dewan and Molly Spooner to get a more broad picture of the concerns in the neighborhood and a broader perspective, and we'll continue that conversation going forward now that we have a broader understanding. With that, if you have any questions regarding the motion on the table is to recommendation of the Transportation Commission to deny traffic control order 501 installing stop signs at Rosewood Avenue and South Lawn Avenue.
Questions for staff? Mr. Whalen.
I need to stop talking so much. So I'm a little bit confused with the motion. It's almost a motion that we're not doing something. Is that appropriate, or should we have a motion to put a stop sign and then maybe that would be voted down, or what's the best thing, City Attorney? Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Yeah, you have before you a recommendation from the Transportation Commission to deny the TCO for this stop sign at this intersection. The motion as written is proper. You would be approving or adopting that recommendation, which, if you do pass that motion, the recommended motion, you would be approving the denial of that TCO and the non-installation of it If that motion passes, then the stop sign would not be installed at this location at this time.
Is it possible for us to, once a traffic control order is presented to us, is it possible for us to amend the traffic control order through a motion that we make?
In the future?
No,
Yeah.
I mean right now with.
Oh, yes.
Okay, but, I think I need more information with regard to this, and so I'm going to move to defer this to the last business meeting in January. I'd like to actually sit down with Molly, myself, and get more information as to what they might be thinking about this particular intersection. I had a brief conversation with her today, but I think I need to talk to her a little deeper.
So motion by Meadows to defer this further consideration until our second business meeting in January. I'll second that. And would you care to address your motion?
Just that I would like to have more information about the process that was provided with this. In my conversation with Molly, she really felt that the traffic on South Lawn is the issue here, and that the original proposal didn't really address that in the way that they thought it should be. So I'd like to talk to her first. So.
Any other comments on this, on the motion to defer? I think this is the right move. My question about this TCO is who asked for this signals change? It's not clear from the AIR whether this had broad support or limited support, or whether the neighbors around that intersection really want this, or whether they would be upset if we put in stop signs. And so on the buy-in side, I feel like I don't have enough information either, and so developing that kind of information in the interim, I think, would be very helpful. Because I'm happy to put in a stop sign if people really want it, but I don't know from this whether they really want it. Any further discussion of the motion to defer?
Actually, that provoked another question.
Yep.
I thought to do any request for stop signs, you had to get a neighborhood petition was like the first step.
That's related to traffic calming measures.
Oh, only traffic calming, but not, okay.
And the stop sign request came from Molly, and in her email, she referenced broader support, but didn't specify. And in the conversation with Peter and Molly at the meeting that we had, they did specify that South Lawn is a speeding issue as well as Sunset, and primarily related to when Saginaw and or Abbott are having increased traffic in the afternoon and in the morning is what they reference. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. So we did get that same feedback, and we'll be looking into that.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Whalen?
I did talk to two adjacent neighbors, including one with 3 very young children. They weren't concerned about how it's constructed now, but I do respect the process, and I have no problem with having a further conversation.
Anything further? All right, so the motion is to defer until our last meeting in January. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That motion carries. Thank you. Item 6.6, consideration of a contract with Spalding DeDecker for $101,793 to provide trail design and construction administration services. Sir.
All right. Good evening. My name is Justin Drinky, the Interim Director of Parks, Recreation, and Arts. Before you tonight, we have a proposed contract to provide trail design and construction administration services for the proposed extension of the Northern Tier Trail from the East Lansing Soccer Complex to Coolidge Road. By way of background, this trail project has been in consideration for some time, dating back to 2004. The site plan approvals for the developments there required installation of a trail in a conservation easement. And so the city has been working to secure those easements. Those were finalized in about 2022. And so we secured funding for this project. We had a conversation about this trail project with council about a year ago, and we have since secured proposals for design and engineering services as well as construction administration. And the services to be provided will include all of the information that we need to make an informed decision about what that trail can look like. So soil testing, wetland analysis, and also significant neighborhood and community engagement, including some of the key stakeholders that are on my radar are some of the neighboring properties, as well as the school district with the cross-country courses that are kind of in that area. And as we kind of go through that process, then they would help us put together the final designs for that trail and help do the bidding. And then construction administration would include up to daily inspections through some of the key construction process. So this cost proposal is comprehensive from preliminary design all the way through the final construction, including some of that daily administration and supervision. The other thing that I'd like to highlight is that the firm that we are recommending a contract award for was the top scoring firm out of the 6 proposals from all of our reviewers. And then that this project has funding from multiple sources. I think the key point about this project is I mentioned the site plan approvals previously, and actually the developers are required to pay for the portion of the trail that is on their property, and then the city is going to cover the portion of the trail that is on the public land. And so we are blending together Natural Resources Trust Fund grant through the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, as well as some CDBG funding, and then potentially a little bit of infrastructure allocation of income tax revenues. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
I have a motion.
Please.
I move to approve and authorize the city manager to sign the contract with Spalding DeDecker for $101,793 to provide trail design and construction administration services.
Motion by Singh, second.
Second.
Second for Meadows. Any further discussion?
My only input is that I have spoken to several neighbors up there. They just want to make sure they can have further conversation with you about the proposed exactly where it goes. The
Absolutely.
condos are concerned that it may be too close to them, but I think there's a lot of latitude, and I actually walked through the woods yesterday. I think that's just to make sure we're talking with them.
Absolutely.
And you already said that, so I trust you.
Yes, yep. I have been in conversation with the neighbors, and once we get the engineering firm on board, we'll do a walkthrough together so that everybody's looking at the same thing and has the same data.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Item 6.7, consideration of a contract with Nielsen Commercial Construction for $242,281.54 to renovate City Clerk and Finance Department offices, and a project contingency of $36,350 and a related budget amendment. Mr. Drenke.
Okay, so the next contract that I have in front of you for consideration would be with Nielsen Commercial Construction to provide some much needed updates to the City Clerk and Finance Department offices. In your agenda packet, there are some photos of some of the existing conditions, but I just really want to highlight, some of the challenges that we are trying to address with some of these renovations. One is our income tax staff are having conversations with residents and taxpayers who currently have to stand in the hallway to discuss sensitive financial information. This will create a private space for our income tax officials to meet with residents who have questions about their individual finances and filings. This will also create some more co-location of the treasurer and the income tax staff to really create some efficiency there. This also will create an additional treasury window to hopefully improve the customer service and create additional opportunities to provide that service to our residents who come in, whether it's to pay their bills or to get parking permits or whatever they might need from that department. On the city clerk side, the election activities have significantly increased over the past several years, particularly with some of the changes at the state level, and so they are in need of some revisions to their space to really help with the efficient, effective administration of our elections, as well as the city clerk and the deputy clerk do not have private offices, and so the renovation would create that privacy for those department heads, as well as addressing some of the HVAC equipment in that space to ensure that our staff are comfortable at City Hall. The funding for this project would be coming out of. I'm proposing that we would bring the funding out of the capital improvement fund. When the city sold Lot 4 as well as property on Merritt Road, funds were dedicated for future City Hall infrastructure improvements and held in that fund. So there's about $1.8 million in reserves designed to improve City Hall that I'm recommending we use for this project.
Questions for staff? Is there a motion?
I move to approve and authorize the city manager to sign a contract with Nielsen Commercial Construction for $242,281.54 to renovate city clerk and finance department offices, approve a project contingency fund of $36,350, and approve a related budget amendment and authorize the chief financial officer or designee to modify appropriations accordingly.
Motion by Singh.
Second.
Second by Whalen. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need a break or do we want to continue?
Keep going.
Keep going. Okay. Item 6.8, consideration of a package of proposed strategies and solutions aimed at addressing downtown issues, including hiring 4 additional police officers, hiring an additional DPW employee dedicated to the downtown, power washing, installing additional lighting and cameras, amending ordinances 1541 and 1141, and implementing a downtown ambassador program. Chief and Ms. Pope.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Altman and council members. I'm Jen Brown, Chief of Police, and I'm joined here by Heather Pope, the Director of Community and Economic Development. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the work done by the Downtown Solutions Committee over the past several months in response to an increase in the challenges we've seen in the downtown area. The issues downtown escalated this fall, and the city responded quickly by forming a cross-departmental committee to assess the problems and identify solutions. This group met over a 5-week period and included representation from nearly every operational area of the city. Most members were city directors, but we had active participation from Michigan State University through Sue Webster, who serves as the Director of Student and Community Relations. The recommendations made tonight reflect the collective majority of the Downtown Solutions Committee. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the individuals who contributed to this effort with me. Police Lieutenant Travis Bovee, Community and Economic Development Director Heather Pope, Planning, Building and Housing Director Annette Irwin, DEI Director Elaine Hardy, Interim Director of Parks, Recreation and Arts Justin Derwinke, Interim Fire Chief John Newman, Communications Director Carrie Sampson, Deputy Parking Administrator Jennifer Lacoste, Parking Administrator Caleb Sharo, Lead Parking Maintenance Technician Tony Molheck, Parking Operations Coordinator Thomas Schaefer, Interim Operations Coordinator Alando Chappell, Public Works Operations Supervisor Homer Allen. This team worked collaboratively and constructively, and I appreciate their commitment to tackling issues that affect residents, business, students, and visitors alike. Once the issues and potential solutions were identified, Heather and I began engaging key stakeholders, including the Downtown Development Authority, Advance Peace, the Responsible Hospitality Council, and representatives from a downtown neighborhood. In addition, Heather and the Community Economic Development team worked with the National Charette's Institute staff and students and facilitated 2 workshops focused on conversation around the unhoused population. The November 5th workshop had 42 attendees, and the November 18th workshop had 49 attendees. The goals of the workshop were to understand the interactions with various departments and community groups that are working with the unhoused community. Another one of the goals was to understand the existing services, how they connected, and what the gaps were. Another goal was to develop and strengthen relationship among participants to better serve the unhoused community and individuals. Attendees of that workshop included East Lansing staff from Public Works, the Parking Department, Planning, Building, Housing, Community and Economic Development, DEI, 54B District Court, Parks, Recreation, and Arts, the East Lansing Police Department. Also in attendance were city council members, business owners and residents, Continuum of Care Board of Directors and the organization that they represented, Child and Family Charities, Advent House, Housing Services of Mid-Michigan, the Ingham County Health Department, area homeless shelter staff, and the City of Lansing. After meeting for 5 weeks, the Downtown Solutions Committee identified 6 major areas of concern: noise, the social district in Albert Al Fresco, the unhoused population, bar lines and crowd management, increased crime and disorder, and the general cleanliness of downtown. These issues are interconnected, and addressing them requires a coordinated and sustainable approach, which is reflected in these recommendations that I'm presenting tonight. The committee analyzed costs and identified several potential funding sources, including the FY2026 General Fund, grant funding, and financial support from the Downtown Development Authority, or the DDA. Tonight, the Downtown Solutions Committee is asking City Council to support and to take action on the proposed strategy by approving the following items. First, to address noise in the city, we're asking for number 1, an amendment of the FY 2026 budget to add 2 police officers dedicated to traffic enforcement. Number 2, to direct the city manager to communicate with our lobbyists regarding statewide legislative changes in vehicle emissions and to propose the prohibition of aftermarket modifications. And third, to hear a first reading of Ordinance 1541, which revises language related to traffic stops for loud exhaust. In looking at Albert Al Fresco and a proposed social district, we ask the following. Number 1, that City Council approve a pilot social district during the 2026 Jazz Festival. The Summer Solstice Jazz Festival Advisory Board has wanted to establish a social district during the Jazz Festival event. This is based on community members that they wanted to be or attend at that event. Number 2, with regards to Albert Al Fresco, Heather and the Community Economic Development team work with a placemaking class taught by Professor Laura Jesus at the Michigan State University during the fall of 2025 semester. On December 1st, this class made recommendations to the East Lansing Community and Economic Development Department regarding opportunities for change and for improvements of Albert Al Fresco. These suggestions will be analyzed by Heather and the Community and Economic Development team, and recommendations regarding the future of Albert Al Fresco will be brought forth to City Council in early 2026. To address crime and disorder, we ask the City Council to consider number 1, a first reading of Ordinance 1141 addressing loitering in city parking lots and ramps. Over the last year, we have seen an increase in crime in our parking areas. Number 2, we will be requesting the DDA to fund 2 additional police officers to allow for greater presence in the downtown area. Number 3, we will request that City Council direct the city manager or a designee to evaluate options for installation of permanent lighting and additional cameras. As part of this review, we will incorporate stakeholder feedback to ensure that any of the lighting enhancements remain aesthetically pleasing while still providing the level of brightness needed to promote safety and visibility when appropriate. To assist the unhoused population, we ask City Council to, number 1, authorize DPW to investigate the installation of a fence around the transformer in the Target Rally House alley. Number 2, to hear a first reading of Ordinance 1141 that creates sections addressing loitering in parking lots and camping in public places. The loitering section helps to ensure that our parking lots and ramps remain welcoming, accessible, and comfortable for everyone who uses them. It gives the city a clear process for addressing prolonged gatherings or activities in these spaces that can make others feel unsafe or discourage use of the facilities. The proposed camping ordinance ensures that when our officers or other authorized city staff, such as police department social workers, encounter an unhoused individual, their first step is to offer help. This includes providing information about available resources and, whenever possible, helping that person to connect to a shelter, a service provider, or a treatment program that meets their needs. As I've spoken with City Council in the past, the East Lansing Police Department is looking to hire a third social worker, which would be dedicated to assisting the unhoused population in the city. This third social worker is being partially funded, about 75%, by the DDA. I'm finally happy to report that we have 2 qualified applicants, and interviews are set up for the month of December. Separate from the committee's recommendations, Heather and the Community Economic Development team are working on the following initiatives to assist our unhoused and low-income individuals in the city.
So the Successful Leasing Program, which was launched in the spring of 2025, helps to assist low to moderate income residents secure stable housing here in the City of East Lansing by supporting security deposit and first month's rent. We've already assisted 3 households through that program. We will, so now we're exploring expanding the program to include an eviction prevention program. This would provide financial assistance to households at risk of displacement, and incorporate educational tools like budgeting and financial management workshops. And again, funding from this type of program would come through our CDBG program. And then to assist in addressing the needs of our unhoused population, who at times may be asking for money, we are pursuing a more impactful way to provide resources that are compassionate and effective. We are proposing an alternative giving model which has been successfully used in other cities across the country. This would include signage directing residents and visitors to a city webpage where they can donate to organizations serving individuals in need. This would allow us to support vulnerable residents, and additional details are included in your packet on the research we did on that. The committee also has concerns about patrons who are standing in lines on city sidewalks. So we asked City Council to authorize a study similar to what we did back in 2024 and 2025 with Thornton Tomasetti, where we looked at all of our road closure for site plans for all of our events to ensure that the attendees at our events are safe and we have the proper vehicular barricades. We would also like a vendor to come in and take a look at our sidewalks. People are very vulnerable while they're standing on our sidewalk in large lines, and so we'd like to have a similar study completed, again, by Thornton Tomasetti or a vendor that can do that type of evaluation. And then to approve the general cleanliness of the downtown area, we are asking City Council and the DDA to amend the fiscal year 26 budget to add 1 DPW full-time employee for our downtown maintenance and cleaning, and then also direct the Community and Economic Development Department to issue an RFP for scheduled and emergency power washing, and then explore the feasibility of implementing and funding a downtown ambassador program. This program could support overall cleanliness in the downtown area, assist visitors with wayfinding and general information, and contribute to a more welcoming and secure environment. The City of Grand Rapids operates a similar ambassador program 7 days a week, helping to keep the downtown clean, attractive, and inviting, and this could provide a strong model for what we want to do here in East Lansing.
Outside of the work of the Downtown Solutions Committee, I've also had several conversations about opportunities to make downtown more dog-friendly. Welcoming dogs into appropriate spaces can create a more vibrant, inviting atmosphere for residents and visitors alike. My understanding is that legislation supporting this concept has already been introduced, which could help move this idea forward. The strategies that we've talked about tonight reflect the collective work of multiple departments and partners, all focused on improving safety, quality of life, and the overall vibrancy of our downtown. Staff believe that these recommendations offer practical, balanced solutions to the concerns that we've been hearing from residents, businesses, and visitors. I respectfully request your support in approving these actions so we can move forward confidently and collaboratively. I ask that you approve all the recommendations made tonight. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Meadows.
Mostly for the city attorney, I think. As I look at this, I don't disagree with any of these recommendations, but there's not enough meat on these for me to feel comfortable voting for it. I can't vote for something that just says amend the budget to add 2 police officers. I've got to know the cost of that. And it seems to me that has to be a separate item for us to vote on. I don't have a problem with directing the city manager. I think that's something that we do. Establishing a pilot social district just needs more information with regard to it. And I guess my question would be, why don't we just say you put a beer tent or allow a beer tent with the jazz festival, because a pilot social district is, to me, a much larger proposal than just a beer tent. And requesting the DDA, authorizing the DPW to fence in, I think those are things that we could do through a motion like this. But I'm concerned that there are things here that require separate actions for some of the items that are recommended as part of this motion. And I'd like some direction with regard to that.
Yeah, well, I'll start, and perhaps the city manager might weigh in on some of this as well. As far as the budget items are concerned, I think that would be one for the city manager to provide additional detail on in terms of dollar amounts. Usually you're correct when you do budget amendments, you're identifying what those amendments are, and there may be plans for further documentation to be brought to city council in that regard. Regarding some of the other items, there is some detail in the materials that have been provided, but if council is looking for some additional meat, as you say, regarding, which I would interpret to mean detail, in a motion form or a resolution form or something to that effect, I don't believe anything has been prepared at this point in time, but that could perhaps be accommodated. So,
Robert has his hand up.
Robert?
Just to follow up on some of the comments that city attorney shared. First of all, this list of recommendations is being brought to you because it was asked to be put into a package. So this is the package. You can take each one of these and make motions individually, or you can make them collectively, or you can pick and choose which ones you want to advance. The fact about the cost, so in the financial impact portion, which is just two paragraphs above or two sections above, it indicates the salary and benefits for an entry-level police officer with family benefits would be approximately $94,430. To hire 4 additional officers would cost $377,720 in the first year. The thought there is half of that would be paid for by the city. The other half would be submitted to the DDA to agree to pay for the dedicated 2 police officers downtown. So half of that cost would be what you'd be approving tonight to amend the general fund.
Would it be better for us to approve in principle the 13 recommendations, or authorize further exploration and implementation, or somehow have you come back to us? Because, you know, it's one thing for us to say, let's just say that the additional officers would cost us a couple $100,000. We don't have an agreement from the DDA at this point in time to do that. So it's conditional, I presume, that we do that, and where's the money coming from? Because we have an existing budget. So are we moving money from another location? Are we using our reserve funds? What is the idea here?
So the idea as to the 2 police officers dedicated to traffic enforcement would be about $188,000 coming from the general fund. You would have to use fund balance. The thought is, if they are in fact enforcing traffic, they'll generate the revenue to offset those costs. But you would amend the general fund fiscal 26 budget to increase the appropriation to the East Lansing Police Department, or the police department budget, in the amount of about $188,000, $189 if you want to round up, with the use of fund balance.
Councilmember Singh, you had a question.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a few things, and I have some questions, but, I think because we are facing a variety of challenges downtown, it's important to look at the suite as presented from staff for our consideration. I think there's a set of things I've started that, I'm going to make a motion in a bit after I get a few questions answered, and then for, everyone's consideration on that. And then there are some things that I think we have to postpone or to consider in a future date. Now I'm going to segue to my questions. So a couple of things. One is on the proposal for hiring of new officers. We heard public comment tonight. I've heard from others, we have a very young police force. Would it be better to do assigning bonuses, trying to recruit, more experienced officers to our police department and hire two versus, for entry level?
That's a great idea. We're certainly always trying to recruit lateral officers because they do have that experience from other departments. So they bring with them the ability to jump right in, so to speak. They still have to go through our field training program, but it's certainly preferable most often over hiring a brand new officer.
Okay, so.
And just to add to that, we have hired more seasoned officers, and we do have an agreement with the union on how we place them on the scale. So they wouldn't come in at entry level, they'd come in at a step more commensurate with their experience. So that has already been done. We can give you what we estimate will happen as entry, but if we find someone who wants to move from an existing department to East Lansing, by all means, we look to solidify that transition from that other department to East Lansing.
But we're not, I'm looking at recruiting metrics on the front end, not just giving them a step when they come in. You know what I mean? Like it's
so
not.
You can't offer a bonus without negotiating those provisions with the
Within the union
with
contract.
the union contract. Correct.
So it's not viable.
No, I'm not saying it's not viable. It's just an extra step we would have to do. I think the arrangement we have with the union clearly recognizes their years of experience and advances them up the pay scale to a higher paying position within the union and remains competitive without tossing this idea of signing bonuses that others will start saying, what about me?
Sure. Okay. As reference, one of the areas that you were seeking solutions to were lines for the bars. I know Heather just talked about doing a study. Did the businesses come to the table with any recommendations on what they could do about the lines?
We haven't gotten into that level of conversation with them. We brought it up today with the Responsible Hospitality Committee. The first part is to really approach the DDA about this expense and this approach. And so a number of these here is really directing us to go back to the DDA and solidify their contribution. But it would involve the businesses to look at what options are available, not only to provide barriers for safety, but to look at other ways of where their patrons are accessing the business.
Well, I do know the chief briefed RHC in October.
Right.
And I know Heather was on as well. And so there has been some time. I'm just looking, this is a huge stakeholder response and I know you've engaged a number of stakeholders through this, but my question is, outside of DDA funds, what are I was just going to point to Mr. Haber, who on 7-Eleven, who obviously is invested in his own equipment with camera and lights. Are there other businesses considering that? Have we had that conversation? Is that a part of what we'd like to see downtown to increase, safety measures?
I'd like to see that.
Okay, have we,
We have not approached them about making financial contributions.
Okay.
So they look at the fact that it's public sidewalk, they get to use it. And I think I've had a conversation with Councilmember Meadows that back when the Landmark and Newman lofts were built, there was an attempt to widen the sidewalks on the Harper's portion of Albert. And there was some resistance because of some of the planters and other physical improvements that Harper's have. The sidewalk on the other side is much wider. And we run into where we have lines waiting to get into Harper's that then pushes a number of our other patrons into the street just to get by. And so that's some of the things that we want to evaluate what options are available. Whether we're using this consultant or we're having just conversations with the businesses or we're using another consultant to find ways to mitigate the problem we see with the long lines pushing other patrons who are visiting downtown into the street in order to get by some of our businesses. And I say Harper's, it's not just Harper's. There are others that use
we have
city-
restaurants with lines
Right.
on
We have
sidewalks.
other businesses downtown that are using the city sidewalks to accommodate the long lines.
Yep. And, well, there's also I've heard tell from either retired officers or those that used to work in East Lansing that if you say, okay, I'm here to check IDs to the line, and then people start scattering.
Sometimes, yeah.
So, anyway, I feel like there's more to the equation on the business side for that piece.
But the one thing I think is driving this portion of the recommendation is you see nationally news where there's a drunk driver, frustrated person, drives into crowds. We have an incredible amount of crowds in our downtown that is just prime for those potential threats that I think we have to be aggressive in trying to prevent. And right now, we're just exposed. And that's where some of this evaluation and concerns come from. So yes, I agree with the partnership. Yes, capacity at these facilities are in part driving some of those long lines. But even just walking around downtown, when we have large events, there's a lot of students, a lot of patrons that are just in that area that are at risk.
Yes. I mean, it actually increases the argument to shut down that whole street.
I couldn't agree more.
But, so, on that social district piece, I mean, I thought, with the study and the partnership with MSU that you're doing to collect more on, not just social, but the expansion or prospective expansion of al fresco. And I kind of, from our last conversation on some of the public safety issues we're having downtown, that, getting that information on what expansion would look like, but I've kind of, been resigned until we implement some of these safety measures that we're not going to actively pursue a social district pilot until we have some of these measures in place. So I guess I'm stating that in terms of kind of where my headspace, since I've been a huge proponent, and I'm not done looking at that, but I definitely want to look at and getting some of these items implemented before we move forward.
Can I offer up some suggestions just based on your feedback? I would recommend to council item number 1, which is adding those 2 officers to the force that would be dedicated to traffic enforcement. I mean, I've sat here, I don't know for how many meetings and for how many hours, listening to residents talk about noise, talk about speed, talk about ignoring all of the traffic control devices. We don't have enough officers on the force dedicated to traffic enforcement. I think the fact that you invest in amending the budget for the $189,000 to dedicate 2 officers to do just that will be impactful at getting some of what I think is a loss of core cultural expectations that happened after COVID back in line. customs that we're going to enforce. What those laws mean will bring some change within the community. The directing to see if the lobbyists can help us, working with our legislative contingency here in East Lansing to address any state laws that could address the aftermarket changes to vehicles. The other item, item 10 and 11 on the two ordinances, I think are important to move forward. So those four, I think, are directly impacted by this body. The pilot social district, we can bring it back with more information. It's really a combination of what was previously presented on a social district, Albert al fresco, and the use of Albert Grove in that area. We can bring that back to you in early 2026 to give you more information, to get you comfortable with the next steps along that way. The other items I will present are really items that we should recommend to go to the DDA because they're direct funding from the DDA to help facilitate them. Do you?
Excuse me.
agree?
Mr. Whalen.
So just to clarify, I like the fact of narrowing it down because I think it'd be hard to say we're voting on 13 and if you don't like one, then your vote's no, and that kind of derails everything. Even though I love the fact that there's been so much work put into this. To clarify on number 1, so to budget add 2 police officers for traffic enforcement, you weren't suggesting that the 2 brand-new officers would be doing that. It could possibly be experienced officers that want to have that focus, right?
That's correct.
Okay, just clarify, and also, just for the public, you can ask them to make a certain number of stops, but you can't require them to write tickets, correct?
That is correct.
Right.
And part of our job as law enforcement is to educate.
Right. So, because there is no quotas, right?
That is correct.
Right, but you can ask them to really make traffic enforcement a priority, and that means they need to make stops. So this isn't brand-new cops that don't know how to do all the other stuff. This is a lot of times it's experienced police officers that want to do this as a focus, right?
That is correct. And one of the
Okay.
difficulties that we encounter on a daily basis is that we run shift with 3 or 4 officers, and they run call to call to call, which doesn't allow time for traffic enforcement. So if we had officers dedicated to traffic enforcement, they would only respond to calls, for example, if it was an emergency, that would allow us to focus on traffic, which again, we hear from the community is very important.
And that was done in the past for ELPD, from what I understand.
That is correct. They've had traffic officers in the past. In fact, they had motorcycle officers in the past that were dedicated to, again, enforcement and education of traffic laws.
And that was all before 2020, I think, maybe.
Before my time, for sure.
So then, I'm not sure when's the best time to bring up 1541. Can I address that?
Certainly.
Because that's one of the ones that, Mr. Bellman, you referred to, right?
That is correct.
So, I'm going to be as brief as I possibly can be. We've heard all about the noise. It's interesting because in this Michigan criminal and traffic laws, under 257.707 and 707B and 707C and 707D, it refers to, it's very, very detailed on what the Michigan law states with loud noise, okay? It's extremely well written out. It was approved at the state level. My suggestion is that we go back to what the law is with the state, rather than trying to create our own noise ordinance or to change ours, but just to refer back to what the Michigan law states. Because we're talking about safety factors. I'd like to broaden that. The issue of tinted windows. I I went to the Transportation Commission last week, and they're very concerned about bicycle safety and pedestrian safety. And when you come up to an intersection and someone's windows are so darkened that you can't connect with that person, you can't check to make sure they see you or not, I think it makes a very dangerous situation for a pedestrian or a bicycle on the roadway, that if you can't see that person and you can't check, oh, they see me, like they've turned their head to me, then I can proceed to go. I think that's a safety factor. Also, the aftermarket tinted windows are a situation you can't see very well out. You can see better than you can see in, but it really blocks your view of other people in the roadway, especially pedestrians, bicyclists. So I'm concerned about that exception also. I'm not concerned about all the exceptions, but I am also concerned about the cracked windshields. It says cracked or crushed. Get it real quick. Cracked or chipped windshield. I understand the heart behind a little chip, but the reason why Motor Vehicle Code covers that is because the structural dynamic of that windshield is no longer designed to protect and provide for that driver's safety. I've personally seen someone that had hit a deer and the whole half of their windshield was caved in on the right side, and they could see out their front of the windshield, but according to the code that we have now, that's still okay to drive on. So I believe that's a safety factor. And it's not the nitpicky thing, and I don't even know what our officers are thinking or not, but I think we need to make sure we look at the safety factors in general. Another one I'm concerned about is the cracked or broken or burned out taillights. So I think about on Grand River at University, that's a very common place to have crashes because people get over that hill, they've stopped, the next car coming over the hill they don't see that car to the last minute because they're coming over the hill. And right now, the way our ordinance says is that you need to have one of the three lit. State code says you need to have two of the three lit. And I understand somebody that has an issue with their finances or whatever, getting that fixed is hard. The challenge is, I think the Motor Vehicle Code was written in such a way to protect all of us. So if you're coming over the hill and there's only the small little light on the back window is the only one that's lit, I'm concerned that that's going to take away our ability to react and stop fast. And then the only other one I'm going to say is registration light, public safety. If there's a hit and run situation and there's not a car behind you and you see that person just did something, the average person is going to be able to see that plate and give that information to be able to resolve that crime, as compared to, because that's how most Motor Vehicle Code says it's important. There's three that are not a big deal. There's hanging objects from windshields, and there's location of a sticker on the plate, and location of paper plate. Okay, those are not necessarily, I wouldn't consider those safety factors. But the other ones I am safety factors, so I am concerned if we do change 1541, if our heart and our intent is public safety and safety on the roadway, I think we need to kind of look at some of the other issues that we've eliminated also.
I want to make it clear, we're not passing that tonight.
Correct.
We will be just introducing it and be able to amend it.
Right, it's just
at
the
a
first
future
reading
date.
tonight.
But I'll just note that you do have the authority to write a ticket on that, because particularly with your example of the half windshield, it clearly fits within the articulable facts that the violation is of a nature or magnitude that poses an immediate risk of harm to the person or persons. So they've added that in there. That doesn't negate your concern or the need for additional change to this, but I think we're going to have that opportunity.
Okay.
I mean, this would only introduce those, and basically at some future date, we'd be looking at it again on a regular agenda. So.
Okay.
And just on this note, I'm curious if it makes sense to direct the city attorney to take a look at the motor vehicle code and how that supersedes what we put in this ordinance, to do a review. That may be, Steve, you're doing a small nod, but
Yes.
that may be a next step as well.
I'd be happy to do that, to provide council with a legal memo on that in terms of where there may be preemptions where you have to defer to state law or conflicts in the law, and give you advice on that.
Thank you.
I think that would be
Certainly.
helpful. I think we would all appreciate that.
Can I return to my questions? I
Yes,
wasn't
please.
done.
I'm sorry about that.
No, I think the city manager actually kind of chimed in, and then, yeah. A couple other things. On the financial counseling you mentioned, Heather, have you had a conversation with MSU FCU and whether they would provide anything pro bono or instead of tapping our CDBG dollars?
So we have had we're having conversations with them about offering, that service. We're also talking to Michigan State University, their extension office, and we're also reached out to Capillary Community Services because they provide some funding and some of those educational classes also. So yeah, we're looking at a couple different opportunities.
So we don't have to tap into our dollars that they could
Correct.
hopefully.
Correct.
Okay, great. And on the social worker, chief, that you mentioned, is that we already approved hiring an additional social worker, so you have a few prospects that you're pursuing?
That is correct. That was approved for the FY 2026 budget. We just have had a very difficult time getting applicants.
And, okay, thank you. And then, I am on the unhoused piece, which I know, both the loitering and camping that we've heard public comment on this evening. I think it's not just, we've had social workers on staff. I participated in one of the community sessions with stakeholders, and I thought that was really, really well done. And, it was really, one of the exchanges I had with one of the folks in the room was asking, why does an unhoused person decline services or decline to go to a shelter? And it was very educating to me that sometimes they're just not ready to accept that, and that also unhoused communities are communities sometimes, and they don't want to leave their community. So it was really beneficial to listen into that. So I just want to thank you for that convening and the team that went into that. I think there's, when we're talking about safety, I call it a walkabout when I did my 11:30 to 3:30 stint, which is, as many know, very past my bedtime, just like 11:15 is. But it was very helpful, both on the sidewalk piece and taking in, and also just how many people are walking around with open cans of, alcohol, throughout that block. People just, I guess it would be considered jaywalking, right? When you just walk across the street, not at a crosswalk, and just the numbers of folks, and then also the strain on staff outside of the MSU police helping coverage on Grand River, as well as there was one point where I was looked at and said, don't freak out, but we may be the only ones downtown right now. And I go, I've already done that math, but it's cool. At any rate, also that evening, LEPAC was tabling some volunteers with handouts, and that looked also as an important element of engagement. And I'm curious, we talk about the downtown ambassadors, through DDA or helping support. Have we talked to LEPAC? It seems like some of the like Halloween was the night I was out. There are certain nights that were going to be hotter than others. So I don't know if that's part of the equation or.
I can say that I have had conversations with Michigan State University, and they are looking at potentially interest in partnering in some sort of fashion on the ambassador program. So again, we have reached out to another entity to see. And again, we just did some research on what the Grand Rapids model looks like. And again, that, from my understanding, operates every day of the year.
Okay.
And so it has a lot of different functions, again, from, helping visitors with wayfinding to cleanliness to those extra sets of eyes and ears in a community to make it feel safer for the people that are downtown or those that are visiting.
Excellent. And I think too, I know there was back to, kind of the unhoused and the loitering, piece that as part of our agenda that, to me, when I saw what was happening, what I have seen happening in some of our parking structures, it is also tailgating that is happening during events at MSU. And that again, when you think about what a parking structure, what I've heard from seniors in our community, they don't like parking in a parking structure to begin with to come downtown, let alone when there's, different activities that you're seeing instead of just parking in your car and moving to the retail storefront bar. So I think there's a lot of elements to the loitering piece that as proposed and how that impacts public spaces, which does include parking garages. So that was, I guess, more of a statement. But I just wanted to kind of include that for the public discourse. And that concludes.
So let me interject as the presiding officer. Any further discussion on these issues? Does anybody have a motion that they would like to make?
I'll make a motion. Oh, sorry, do you have questions? Okay.
Before you do that, can I, just for
Please,
house
Mr.
cleaning?
Bellman.
That's the second time.
I know, but city clerk sent me item number 10, should read first reading of ordinance 1561. 1541 is the old version.
Oh, thank you. That's
So
a
it's
helpful.
1561. And item 11 should be 1560. 1141 is the old. The attachments below have the correct numbers, but the AIR did not.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right.
Councilmember
Now I'll
Singh.
stop interrupting.
All right, I have a motion to approve the following from the set of recommendations. Number one, amending the FY 2026 budget to add 2 police officers to ELPD dedicated to traffic enforcement. Number 3 on the list, direct the city manager to communicate with the City of East Lansing lobbyists regarding statewide legislative changes to emissions and aftermarket changes to vehicles. Number 6 from the list, authorize DPW to fence off the transformer in the Target Rally House Alley. Number 8 from the list, direct the city manager or designee to review placement of permanent lighting and additional cameras. And that's what I would include in my motion for this evening.
I'll second the motion. Would you consider doing number 1 as a separate motion? I have no problem with it.
Because of the financial piece?
Yeah, because I'm still concerned about that unless it has the actual amount that we are authorizing the city manager to make as part of this amendment to the budget.
If
I mean,
I
if
may-
it's included, if we have that number, then I just ask that be added, that's all.
If I may, the number is in the agenda item report.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
the amount would be 188,860.
Okay, so I would amend my emotion, or the motion.
It sounds like a song.
Okay, name that tune. Oh, sorry. Okay, the 2 police officers, including the amount of, was it 188,000?
860, yes.
860. So I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, and then support that amendment.
Thank you, sir.
So moved by Singh, supported by Meadows. Any discussion?
I do have a question, I think on number, let's see, it was 1, 3, and 8,
6
right?
and 8.
Okay, I don't have a question on those. So.
I have an amendment
Okay.
to add number 10, first reading of ordinance 1561, amendment to remove language prohibiting traffic stops for loud exhaust, and add number 11, first reading of ordinance 1560, amending adding a section regarding loitering in parking structures and parking lots, as well as a section prohibiting camping in public places.
That would be a friendly amendment?
It's a motion to amend if it gets a second.
And are we, that amendment means putting it on the next agenda as a first reading? Or
No.
this is considered the first reading?
This would be the first reading.
Oh, okay. And not adoption?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
So you would accept
Oh,
that?
sorry. I can vote on your motion when you're ready.
So
So
you
that's-
would accept it as a friendly amendment?
Yes,
too?
yeah. I agree
Okay,
with that.
all
So do
right.
I.
So the motion is now amended. Let me summarize, see if I can summarize. To approve items 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11, as amended with an amount of $188,860 for number 1, and 1561 in number 10, and 1560 in number 11. Do I have that correct?
That's correct.
That is Councilmember Singh's motion, seconded by Meadows.
Well amended.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Please.
If there would be an amendment to 1561, would it need an additional first reading?
No, I believe not.
No.
So it could be amended next meeting
Correct. At the second reading.
without having another reading.
Correct.
I stand mute.
Any further discussion? Any further comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0. Thank you for all the work that everybody put into this.
Can I ask one last question? on
Please.
this? With regard to number 9, I'm just, this is really for the city attorney, I think, but this would be, an RFP would come to us for approval, and I don't think do we have the authority to direct the Director of Community and Economic Development to do anything? We can clearly direct the city manager to undertake this, but it's up to him who he has do it, right?
Correct. This was just kind of painting everything out as to, we've gone out already, we didn't get much response, but it's, community and economic development staff that did it. It was really just trying to paint that picture, but yes,
Okay.
you're
All
really directing me, and I'll have the appropriate staff.
Got it, okay.
I guess it prompts a question for me, though. That's like another item, like I'm curious, like, what's the delineation or the judgment of what we go to the DDA for versus what we're taking on?
So the DDA has a municipal services agreement with the Department of Public Works, where they fund.
So they're paying us anyway.
They're paying, yeah, so the DDA pays the Department of Public Works for the downtown maintenance and operations. There are other things that we're looking to expand. One of them is, a annual contract for power washing, whether it's for regular services and emergency services. So the DDA, we could go back to the DDA after this RFP is issued and ask for them to amend, their agreement, their municipal services agreement, to include that expense.
Okay, yeah, because it seems intuitive that they would, that would be something they take on, but, okay.
Yes.
Any further discussion on item 6.8? Okay, thank you. everybody. Moving to 6.9, consideration to implement operational enhancements within the East Lansing Police Department by contracting with 4 individuals and authorizing the city manager to sign the necessary agreements. Chief Brown.
Good evening once again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about several initiatives the East Lansing Police Department is requesting your approval to implement amid the community's desire for a safe and enhanced quality of life within the city for all residents and visitors. These efforts build on the work that we have undertaken since I've joined the East Lansing Police Department exactly 2 years ago. Over the past 2 years, we've strengthened patrol operations, expanded officer wellness initiatives, and updated several internal policies and processes. We've increased engagement with residents, business owners, and community groups, and enhanced collaboration with MSU, MSP, and other regional partners. We raised the bar for training and leadership development and advocated for increased training resources to continue this commitment. We've enhanced our training on de-escalation, critical skills, mental health response, and really focused on practical scenario-based education. These steps reflect our commitment to building a department that is well-trained, community-centered, and aligned with the expectations and the values of the community we serve. I recognize the need to improve our data collection and analysis and the sharing of information for transparency. Our current software systems require extensive manual entry into duplicate systems, which limits efficiency. I've established an internal team to identify and evaluate options for improved data management and reporting. Our goal is to implement a more effective process in 2026 that allows us to share timely, accurate information with both the public and city leadership. The City of East Lansing has an ongoing relationship with Advanced Peace, an organization that identifies strategies including street outreach, mentoring, intensive case management, life skills training, cognitive behavioral therapy, and subsidized employment to engage individuals directly involved in cyclical and retaliatory gun violence. The Advanced Peace strategies are designed to reduce gun violence while strengthening neighborhood safety and social cohesion through holistic well-being of individuals at the center of these conflicts. The city recently submitted a grant request to the U.S. Department of Justice to expand services in East Lansing and develop programming specifically focused on youth. The city's next meeting, scheduled with Advanced Peace, is Tuesday, December 16th. I also recommend that we continue to extend partnerships with several experts who can provide coaching and training to command officers and department personnel. Providing high-quality professional development has been a priority since I joined the East Lansing Police Department, and last year, City Council increased the FY2026 training budget in recognition of that need. With your approval, I'd like to engage in the following. Mario of Mario Maro and Associates will support us in strengthening relationships, enhancing transparency, improving communication, and accountability with community stakeholders. Darnell Blackburn of Pratt International, who provided implicit bias training to all our sworn and civilian supervisors this fall. I'm proposing that he return to deliver this training department-wide in early 2026. His training is MCOLS approved, and many of you already know MCOLS is the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards. His training will satisfy required continuing education credits mandated by the state of Michigan. Retired Detroit Police Chief Ike McKinnon to provide leadership training to all of our sworn supervisors next week. And lastly, Joe Smaro to conduct department-wide training sessions in May of 2026. He's a nationally recognized expert in de-escalation and mental health response and has made a significant impact in agencies across the country. Part of Smaro's training costs will be covered by grant funding that we've already been approved for. Our community has been clear about its expectations. Transparency, accountability, and meaningful investment in prevention and training, those are important to the community. The initiatives outlined tonight directly support those goals. I again respectfully ask for your support and authorization of these 4 contracts so that we can move forward with the work that our department needs and that the community is counting on. I welcome any questions you have.
Questions for the chief?
I don't have questions, just a brief comment that this paired with, this also is about supporting our community safety and supporting the department in general on top of the agenda item we just talked through. So just want to recognize that this, to me, is part of the spectrum of how we are, responding to our challenges right now. So thank you.
And I also think it's excellent. I've researched and know of some of these situations, and I think they're very in connection with our values as a city, our values from the community. I think it gives training to be very, very appropriate and very helpful.
Yeah, I'll move that we authorize the city manager to sign contracts in the amounts referred to in the staff report with Mario Amaro and Associates, Isaiah McKinnon, Darnell Blackburn, and Joe Samaro.
Second.
Motion by Meadows, second by Singh. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye, I'm sorry. Meaning I voted in favor. Motion carries. I'm sorry, thank you. Motion by Meadows, second by Singh, thank you. We voted, and that was 4-0 in favor. We are at 11:31. I would like to ask for a motion to go past midnight.
So moved.
Moved by Meadows,
Second.
second by Singh. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, so we are authorized to go by midnight, past midnight. We are now on to item 6.10, second reading of Chapter 6, Ordinance 1549, Chapter 7, new chapter that will pull rental licensing from Chapter 6, which is Ordinance 1538, and the definition of family, Ordinance 1545. Planning staff.
Mayor, before we take the time to hear more about this, I do have a motion I'd like to make on
Please.
this. I'd like to move that we defer to the last business meeting in January, the consideration of Ordinance 1549 and 1538, so the new Chapter 7 and the old Chapter 6 amendments.
Second.
Motion by Meadows, second by Whalen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay? Sorry, folks. We have deferred those two ordinances
So
to,
we're not even talking about them?
No, not tonight.
I'm sorry, Mayor,
I'm
can I
not
ask?
talking about that, so I didn't.
Can
need to
this,
be here.
can the stakeholders, the community stakeholders be involved in the communications between now and then?
They will be.
that would be the goal.
I'm just assuming that,
You could add an additional motion to direct staff to engage with.
I think the
City
city
manager.
manager has his hand up.
So we'll put them out on the website, the old and the new, and we'll draw the attention to the landlords and others to review and provide us feedback before the last business meeting in January so that that can be shared with you.
Yeah, and I would also ask that we have both of those ordinances on the discussion-only meeting in January so that we provide an additional opportunity for the individuals who appeared here tonight to ask for some time to take a look at it. And that the city attorney be present at that discussion-only meeting so that in case some of the landlord group have questions about the detail of these changes, that there be an ability to answer those questions.
Yep. And I'm sorry to staff that you had to sit through all of this to get to this point. I did not have time to review all the changes in the Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 ordinances, and so I wasn't even prepared to really ask questions at this point, so I apologize. I apologize for that. Any further motions concerning,
Well, I would move approval of of ordinance 1545, the definition of the family ordinance, with one exception, which is the removal of the word cousin from the ordinance.
I'll second that. Any discussion of that motion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? None opposed. That motion carries 4-0.
Can I ask
All right.
clarification?
Yes.
So the motion previous one about delay, when are those next meetings?
It's the second business meeting in January, and I can't remember the date.
Discussion,
actually.
yeah. So it's the discussion only in January to invite any landlords or anybody who wanted to provide input and for you to discuss, and then the following meeting will be back on the agenda for your consideration for approval.
Okay, so that is January.
I think you defer it longer.
I wish I had a calendar.
January 20th is the second business meeting in January, according to my notes.
And then to have the votes on January 30th. Oop, that's December.
No, the votes would be on, we've deferred the,
To the 27th?
to the 20th of January. That's the second business meeting in January.
That's a discussion only, right?
No, that's the second business meeting in January.
Okay,
The
thank you,
one before that will be the discussion-only meeting.
thank you.
Nothing good happens after 11:30.
That's why we're hustling.
That's what my mom told me.
Uh,
So, can I ask for clarification? Because we're going to also be checking our personal schedules for all of this, too. So January, come to the discussion-only meeting, bring it back?
Yes.
It will be at the discussion-only meeting for discussion and answering any questions from the audience. And then it'll be on the agenda for approval if we decide to approve it in the next week.
January 27.
No, January
20th.
20th. I don't think there's a meeting on the 27th.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
The discussion only is on the 13th?
Yeah, that would be right.
Our first meeting is on the 6th, so yes.
Anything further on this item? Okay. Item 611, consideration of fiscal 2026 budget amendment for various funds in the amount of $717,405. Ms. Kincaid.
Good evening, Audrey Kincaid, CFO. I can be as brief as humanly possible on this. So this is our first budget amendment for 2026. This is a very routine budget amendment for this time of year where we're mostly, the meat of it is the rollover of encumbrances from 2025, things that were budgeted, but projects that didn't get completed by the end of that fiscal year. So the bulk of this amendment is for those encumbrances. So of the 717,000, the encumbrances amount to 668,000. So the remaining items are 49,000, and it's basically two items, kind of HR related, one related to the labor attorney, additional costs with that contract, and then additional funding for non-union education reimbursement. That's it.
Questions for staff? I will move approval of a fiscal year 2026 budget amendment as identified in the schedules attached to the agenda item report in the combined amount of $717,405. Excuse me. That is my motion. Motion by Altman, second by Whalen. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion passes 4-0. Item 612, consideration of a one-year contract extension with Top Notch Tree Care LLC in the amount of $255,029 for 2025 block pruning in Zone 3 and authorize the city manager to sign. Cliff, you have 1 minute.
This is round 3 of 7. We've done 1, 2, 3. The third round is going to do block pruning in Brookfield, north side of Bailey, and southeast Marble. Again, this is not utility pruning, it's not aesthetic pruning, even though it does improve the aesthetics. This is public safety, tree health. I think the key thing I want you to see is the A to B comparison. I have an email that I had sent out to the COE back in June when we had that big storm, where you can see the difference between where we pruned for block pruning and where we didn't, and how they both fared in the storm. And I think it kind of tells the whole tale of these kind of abstract. What we thought was going to happen, but we can see it now.
Thank you for that succinct summary. Appreciate it.
I'll try to do that more.
Questions for Mr. Walls?
I have a motion.
Is there a motion?
Yeah. I move to approve the one-year contract extension for Top Notch Tree Care LLC in the amount of $255,029 for 2025 block pruning in Zone 3, and authorize the city manager to sign.
Motion by Singh,
Second.
second by Meadows. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you.
Item 6.13, consideration of applications to serve on the Financial Health Review Committee and request to appoint 7 applicants. Mr. City Manager.
So we had initially adopted a resolution creating the Financial Health Review Committee to appoint 7 individuals from our community. Preference that those applicants possess accounting, finance, pension, and/or benefit experience. We had 12 applicants that submitted. 5 clear met the preferred background that you had requested. 2 additional individuals, David Lancaster and Timothy Urban, have degrees in finance and some experience, and that's how we arrived at our 7 applicants to be appointed to that committee.
Questions for the City Manager?
I have no questions, but I do have some comments and a motion.
Very good.
Okay. We talked about this actually back in 2024, and in May of 2024, we adopted our strategic priorities, which included the creation and appointment of a financial health team. We didn't get around to it till August of 2025. And we have before us the city manager's estimation of who should be appointed. But as liaison, I reviewed the applications and interviewed the potential candidates. I did mention to the city manager in one of our morning meetings that I felt that we should find a way to appoint all 11 of the remaining applicants. And I also mentioned that to the mayor, who I think felt strongly that we should retain the 7-member proposal that we adopted in August of 2025. I talked about the expanding this to 11 members, which was the size of the 2016 financial health team. And in observing that team operate, I think Ruth was the liaison to that committee, but I tried to attend most of their meetings, that having the larger number really facilitated a deep dive into the finances of the city and the ability to, I think, produce a very good report and recommendations with regard to us. I think that time is of the essence here, and I think Councilmember Singh has said stat, let's get this done. So I'm not proposing that we change the 7 voting members here, but I do have a motion that would both appoint a chair, which we did in the past, but also allow for the 4 members who are not included in the 7 recommended by the city manager. And frankly, that's kind of an unusual circumstance anyway. And I don't remember the city manager being involved in a recommendation of appointments previously. The 4 members who were excluded are people who I think, under the rubric that we use in the resolution, actually do have budget experience or finance experience. 2 are small business owners. One is the former executive officer of Consumers Energy in one of their energy designation programs, and the other was the former finance person for the Michigan Medical Society and their former HR director. So I think she knows a little bit about pensions too. So as a result, I do have this motion, which I'll make. I move that we amend the August 12th, 2025 resolution establishing the Financial Health Committee to provide for a committee comprised of 7 voting members and up to 4 non-voting members who can otherwise fully participate in the committee's activities. And that the voting members be Ann Holmes, Timothy Irvin, Roberta Jameson, Robert Klein, Dale Kruthoff, David Lancaster, and Joe Rode, and I'll mention that those are the 7 recommended by the city manager. And that should they agree to serve as non-voting members, those non-voting members be Jeffrey Hank, David Ronk, Sherry Barnhart, and Nick McCann. And that Jill Rode be designated as chair of the committee, and that the first meeting of the committee shall be held on January 15, 2026. I will note that in my interviews with these people, I brought them all into the same room, had them describe their backgrounds, had them talk about their desires and why they wanted to help adjust the city's finances so that we wouldn't be facing the things that the mayor had identified during the fall and summer, which led to the ballot proposal here, and that I was comfortable that all of them would be good members of this committee in one way or another. You may recall that the Charter Committee had 7 members, but we added we had 9 applicants, and those 9 applicants, the other 2 were permitted to be non-voting members of the Charter Committee, and they added a lot. And in fact, one of them, who is Dale Kruthoff, was a non-voting member of the Charter Committee, and now is a voting member of this committee.
Is that all part of the motion?
Is that all part of the motion?
It's all part of the motion. I'm sorry. And that the first meeting of the committee be held on January 15th, where they all agreed that was the date they could all get together and really get going. At which time the committee shall choose a vice chair and take such other action required to be taken at the first meeting by the August 12th, 2025 resolution, and that the city attorney prepare an amending resolution encompassing these changes and the mayor be authorized to sign it. So that's my motion.
Motion by Meadows. Is there a second? That motion fails for lack of a second. I have a motion, which is to appoint the following 7 applicants to the Financial Health Review Committee: Ann Holmes, Timothy Irvin, Roberta Jameson, Robert Klein, Dale Kruthoff, David Lancaster, Jill Rode, and that Jill Rode be designated as the chair of the committee. That is my motion.
I'll second that.
Second by motion by Altman, second by Meadows. Questions?
Maybe a friendly amendment to test with you, and the committee delivers a report to council by April 30th.
My question would be final report or interim report?
Because they have 6 months to do the work. We didn't extend it.
Could I suggest that the committee delivers an interim report by April 30th?
I'll take it.
Okay. So the motion is amended to deliver an interim report. Is that okay with a second?
That's okay with the second.
Okay. Any further discussion of that motion? Mr. Whalen?
Just in the interest of all these people doing such a great job, several of them are very good friends, that would reach out to them, invite them personally to come.
Of course.
To speak, to give their input.
Well, I am the liaison, so I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to invite the other 4 to make sure that they understand they have the opportunity to participate by, in accordance with regular meeting rules in the discussions there.
I just know sometimes when people want to be on a commission or whatever, they'll get, I just hope somebody's going to do some personal contact here.
Sounds like that's going to happen.
I mean, from everybody that's not, yeah,
Yep.
that's good.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, boards and commission liaison assignments. I'm the resource for this. Everybody sent me their preferences at various levels, which is exactly what I asked for. So thank you very much for that. And I did break ties by seniority, as I said I would. I think the schedule here is reasonably balanced, although Councilmember Meadows is pulling some extra weight, but that was by his request. I think that everybody has meaty assignments that they asked for. So I think it's, in that sense, it's, I guess I view it as a successful set of assignments. I wish the Mayor Pro Tem were here to weigh in, but we can make amendments if we need to later on, which is what we did a couple of years ago. And so I'd like to get going with this. So any discussion?
Are you going to make a motion?
I was going to ask for discussion first.
Yeah, I
Please.
just have what is the Income Tax Board of Review?
I'm not sure it's ever met.
Okay.
So
But you're on it.
So you won the lottery. I don't know if we know if it's ever.
Okay, I was
It
curious.
has met, but doesn't meet that often.
Okay, fair enough.
So are you
I was
okay with that?
curious.
Yeah.
It was the first I had seen it.
Considered an opportunity for growth.
It's a high-paying job.
It's all good.
So I will go ahead and move to approve the board and commission
Second.
liaison assignments as presented in your packet. Okay, motion by Altman, second by Whalen. Any discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Singh,
Second.
second by Meadows. He wins that particular race. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you,
At
everybody, for the marathon session.
11:54.
We beat midnight.
We beat the deadline.